Welcome to this week's edition of Draft Utopia. We're live on a Wednesday instead of a Saturday because William's got some stuff planned for the weekend. But we will be back next Saturday when September 6th with recaps of the first two regular season games and at our normal time, 10 a.m., maybe 11 a.m. We'll see because the only good game next week's Oklahoma, Michigan. But we're going to preview the SEC teams here. We'll go into some of the games this weekend for then you'll get the NFC North and then the AFC North at the end. I'm going to start with Mississippi State. They have two players I like. Devon Booth at running back. I have an 86 for him on potential. And Isaac Smith. He's a defensive back. He can play corner. He can play strong safety. He can play free safety. I've got an 88 on him for potential. But Booth and Smith pretty much have to carry Mississippi State.
Smith is somebody that I believe has star stats. Here's why.
Booth or Smith? Just curious.
Booth?
Yeah, because Booth's a senior and Smith's a junior. Listed at the star position, but he can play corner or both safety roles. But yeah.
I like the star position.
I love players that can play multiple positions. Because what you're getting here is you're getting a guy that who is it from Tulane High School? Who's Miles Brown? Defensive end, defensive tackle. But he is athletic. He's athletic as shit. In Hutchinson, whatever his name is, he can go in there. He's special teams, defensive end, defensive tackle, playing fullback. The dude, and that's what these guys can do. When they're a Swiss Army knife like that, it's like, you want us to do this? Okay, we can do it. Oh, you want us to do this? Let's do it. You want us to drop back in the coverage? Do that. You want us to play special teams, do this, do that, play offense?
Yeah. Isaac Smith, in addition to playing all three defensive back roles, he had 127 tackles last year as a defensive back on Mississippi State. And Devon Booth, the running back I told Joey about that he believes can be a big-time star, 759 rushing yards last season. William, you got any thoughts on either of those players before we get to Kentucky?
Oh, if we're going to Kentucky, I mean, a lot of people are probably, talking about the whole Colorado Buffalo thing, and there's a transfer here that Zach Owens playing guard that came over from the Buffaloes, and
because we're talking about Mississippi State right now, but once we wrap up your thoughts on Mississippi State, we're going to get to Kentucky.
Well, yes, sir. He's playing right guard, I think, for Mississippi State right now. So, but other than that, I just had to throw that shout out to him, number 75.
Okay, so Trevor Mayberry transferred from Stanford to Mississippi State. He is a right guard for Mississippi State, but he played left tackle and left guard at Stanford, Trevor Mayberry. But I believe the guy you're referring to is on Kentucky, William.
No. Where is he? Hold on. Am I looking at the wrong one? Yeah, I might have been wrong on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Next up, it is the Kentucky Wildcats. I've got three players from Kentucky to keep an eye on. The one guy that I've got a 91 on for potential on Kentucky is the left guard, Josh Braun. He had one start at right guard, but he's played both guard spots. He transferred from Arkansas to Kentucky. So Braun is a player I like. And David Gusta, the defensive tackle, I've got an 86 on him. Remember, we were talking about Deion Walker last year religiously. His teammate David Gusta is pretty good too, and he'll get more opportunity to shine as he is a transfer from Washington State. So he comes in to fill in for Deion Walker straight from Washington State last year. And John Quillis Hardaway, the corner, he was the number 2 corner next to Maxwell Hairston. Now he's going to be the number 1 corner. I've got an 86 on Gustin Hardaway. But those are the three that I think stand out for Kentucky. They've also got Jordan Lovett at free safety, and Jamarian Wilcox at running back, and Zach Calzada from Texas A&M and Auburn at quarterback.
We talked about that. We just didn't talk about it that much. I think we both liked him, if I'm not, because we did talk on it like that. We both liked him to a certain point. And I'm interested to see what he does this year, taking over for, Walker.
Greetings, fellas. It's great to have you here, Ron. We're talking about the SEC and the ACC, AFC North, NFC North divisions today. So if you want to pop in or message me, what you're welcome to. But yeah, Kentucky, I like Kentucky's roster. They do have some unique pieces. I don't know if they'll do enough to get back to a bowl game. They should win. They get Ole Miss at home on September 6th. They should beat Toledo and Eastern Michigan. I don't know if they can get back to a bowl game. I do like their roster, but I think right now, best case scenario for Kentucky's a bowl game. And it's going to be an uphill battle for the Wildcats this year with all the talent they're losing since they went 4-8 last year, and Phil Steele has them projected to finish second to last in the entire conference.
Well, Kentucky always has some talent, but they're never as talented as the other SEC teams. You could say they're probably not in the right conference because they always have talent, but they're always overshadowed. So, William, what do you think about this?
Oh, well, I'd rather prefer somebody else continue right here. I seem to be lost. I just got back from the store. I was right about Zach Owens, so I'm not up to date. We'll put it that way. Give me a mulligan on that one.
Yep, the next team we're going to preview is kind of a fun team, a team that took a lot of people by storm last year. That's the Vanderbilt Commodores. They're actually projected to finish 14th out of 16 SEC teams, but they do have a very well-rounded roster, maybe their best roster offensively in years. Maybe I think you have to go back to the early Doucette, Jay Cutler days to find a Vanderbilt team this stacked. Diego Pavia is their quarterback. I gave him an 85 for potential. I've got an 86 on Cedric Alexander out of 99. Best player on Vanderbilt's their tight end, Eli Stowers. I mocked him to the Eagles in the first round of my 2026 mock draft. I've got a 93 on Stowers for upside. Now, he does not run all 30 routes in the route tree like Colston Loveland or Brock Bowers, but he's excellent in pass blocking and run blocking. And I saw him run 10 out of 30 routes. Jordan White, the center for Vanderbilt, I gave him a 90 for potential. He's a senior center. And then defensively, Martell Height, a junior corner who had 4 deflections, 2 interceptions last year. I have an 87 on him for potential. And Randon Fontenette. Fontenette can play strong safety, free safety. He can play outside linebacker at left or right outside linebacker. Fontenette, 6'2", 223. And he's a player who I think Vanderbilt either got him in the port. He got 9 deflections with Vanderbilt last year, but he played a little bit at TCU before transferring to Vanderbilt as well. So that's Vanderbilt's team. And, Vanderbilt, they beat Virginia Tech at home last year. They upset them. If they beat Virginia Tech again, you're looking at them being 2-0 entering the game against South Carolina and Lenore Sellers when Vanderbilt goes to South Carolina on September 13th. That could be a game. And if Vanderbilt were to beat South Carolina, then you're 3-0. You get Georgia State at home. You get Utah State at home. And maybe you're 5-0 entering Tuscaloosa, where you beat Alabama last year and Jalen Milroe. But this time you'd be traveling to Alabama. And I already know Alabama has the game against Vanderbilt circled after losing to them last year. So I think that
is not necessarily the greatest football school in the planet. They might get lucky once or twice, or they might have a great roster for one season or another.
I believe they go 7-6 again, maybe, because I think they're going to beat Charleston Southern, Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Georgia State, Utah State. That's 4 wins. They get Missouri at home, and they get Auburn at home, and they get Kentucky at home. So I think 6 to 7 wins is on the table. Probably lose to Missouri, but I think they can beat Auburn and Kentucky at home. But I think 6 to 7 wins again. They went 7-6 last year. I think 6 to 7 wins is what you're looking at with Vanderbilt. This is not a serious contender.
What I need to see here,
but there's a lot of talent on this team.
What I need to see here with this team is
talent. Serious talent, I'm not sure. That is to be seen. There is a lot of potential. Potential, I can agree with. They got a lot of potential.
I think the floor is 6-6. The ceiling's 8-4. If they upset either Tennessee or if they beat Alabama on the road in Tuscaloosa, I don't think either of those is going to happen. They're probably going to lose to LSU at home. They're probably going to lose to Alabama and Tuscaloosa. They're probably going to lose to Texas and Austin. They're probably going to lose to Tennessee on November 29th, which is actually my parents' anniversary. They're for their honeymoon, they went to a Tennessee Vanderbilt game in 1985, I believe. So,
well, potential is.
Randy needs to prove that they're more than potential.
So this would be the 40th anniversary for my parents if they were still alive today. Since the anniversary was 1985, they went on the honeymoon, and then my mom snuck in backstage and put her finger in the Miami Hurricanes cake leading up to the Sugar Bowl, the 86 Sugar Bowl where Tennessee beat Miami. He put her finger in Jimmy Johnson's cake. I think I apologized to Jimmy Johnson for that last year, but
okay, so
I don't know I don't know if it was the pointer finger or the middle finger, Joey. I think it was the pointer, but I love how you guessed if it was the middle finger, Joey. That's funny. But yeah, looking at Vanderbilt, I think the floor, Williams 6-6, the ceiling's 8-4 if they upset either Bama or Tennessee. I don't see them beating or LSU. They might upset one of them. I don't think that they're probably going to lose to all of them, though. Let's be real.
All right. So potential, I once heard Rex Ryan say potential is a fancy French word for you ain't done nothing yet. And well, that's what I saw with Eli Stars. And with him playing, playing tight end, why he didn't get drafted last year. It's like right now, at about 230 pounds, he's nothing more than a flex, go out there and catch. But he needs to learn a whole lot of things. Like you mentioned, the route tree. Tight end is one of the most, difficult positions that there is to play. They have to do everything that an offensive tackle does and everything that a wide receiver does, and then get paid half as much, and that's actually pretty much a clip note of what Greg Olson,
and Rand Carthon, the former 49ers GM, does not believe he's NFL ready. He went on a podcast, did an interview with someone on a blog, and basically said he does not believe he's ready at this point. The former 49ers assistant GM that got fired from the Titans, Rand Carthon, does not believe Stowers is NFL ready. That is in quotes on a website blog. I don't remember where I
agree 1,000%. I agree 1,000% with that. And it's like I need to see something. I need to see what he can do. He's 230 pounds. That's way light in the ass to be playing the position. But if he can come out there and show that he can win the mismatches, win the contested catches, further that route tree, to where he's doing everything, they could base this offense around him and actually win some games doing it. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Stowers, I definitely agree. He's the X factor. Stowers had 638 yards, 5 touchdowns last year, and really there was, I think, maybe 1 or 2 games where he looked really good. He had 130 yards against Ball State, 113 yards against Alabama, and 110 against Georgia State. So he exceeded 100 yards in 3 of Vanderbilt's 12 games last year. And I watched the game against Bama, and I wasn't just watching that game. I was watching the highlights. So I pretty much saw everything. I saw 5 routes on the highlights, and I saw 5 against Bama. So I got a total of 10 out of 30 routes. So, and Yahoo did an article, why did Eli Stowers opt out of the NFL draft and return to Vanderbilt? It's on Yahoo Sports. He was projected to be a 5th or 6th round selection in 2025. That's why he took his name out of the draft.
100%, man. You know, I mean, like I said, the NFL, it's a whole new level. It's easy, very easy to get open in college, you know, and
So even though Stowers is
he just
tight
has to
end
work
1 and
there.
he's
He
the
has to
only
show
guy
something.
with a first-round grade at the moment, he does have a lot to prove, as you said, William.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much. And I'm actually excited to see it because that's what I do. I love tight ends. You know, I love those mismatches. I love all of it. But, you know, he's got to show that he can get in there and block and do all that without getting pushed around before he can do that, before he can become a complete tight end. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, and while Stowers is considered the tight end with the highest ceiling and the only consensus first-round tight end, he may not have the highest floor. Tanner Kozoil or Max Clare, the 2 tight ends you like, might have higher floors. That's what we got to find out. We're in the process of finding that out, but we'll find that out as the season progresses. But the next team up is the Missouri Tigers. The Missouri Tigers, they have Kevin Coleman Jr. at wide receiver and Jalen Catalon at free safety. Catalon, a guy we've been talking about since he was on Arkansas before he transferred to Texas. Now he's on Missouri. So Catalon's a guy Joey and I have been talking about for a few years. Jalen Catalon. I've got a 91 on Catalon and a 90 on Kevin Coleman for potential. I do have a first-round pick on Missouri in 2027. That's running back Ahmad Hardy, who just flat-out dominated at Louisiana Monroe last year as a true freshman. He had 1,351 rushing yards in 10 games for Louisiana Monroe last year. Ahmad Hardy is a true freshman, transfers to Missouri. I think a lot of this offense is going to come down to what Kevin Coleman and Ahmad Hardy do, because they do have a quarterback competition. They don't really have a true quarterback. Bo Pribula, former backup at Penn State to Aller, is the projected starter. They also have Connor Tollison at center. And then on defense, they've got Catalon, Toriano Pride, corner, Dalen Carnell at strong safety, and Damone Wilson Jr. at edge rusher. I've got 85 on Wilson Pride, and 88 on Carnell, and a 91 on Catalon, and 88 on Tollison at center. But yeah, looking at Missouri, they do have some talented pieces, but they lose Brady Cook at quarterback. Can these other guys step up to make things easier for the first-year starter? That's the big question.
Thanks, Brett. Coleman could potentially be the Adelman in this situation. Because remember, Kenny Pickett got drafted basically because he threw 5,675 bloody passes to Adelman, and Adelman ended up being a first-round pick. You know, this is what Coleman could be here.
Yeah, because remember, Addison was at Pitt for most of his career. He won the ACC title with Pitt. Then he transferred to USC after Pickett left and played with Caleb Williams, I believe. So,
yeah, not fucking Addison.
Yeah, Jordan Addison, but yeah.
It's like my bad.
No worries. I mean, Coleman started out at Louisville in 2023, 362 yards. And then last year he had 932 at Mississippi State. And now he comes from Mississippi State on to Ole Miss. So really nice job in the portal by Missouri getting Ahmad Hardy and Kevin Coleman, who I think are going to be the stars of this offense.
Is a guy, if he does what we think he'll do, by next year we may be talking about him as a first, second round pick.
Indeed.
Because he's got the raw talent. What's he going to do with it? And could he putting on this all the way up the way Addison did with Pitt? Can he do it? Don't know. Would be fun to watch. And it's a freaking movie.
I think Missouri makes a bowl game. I don't think they're a serious contender. They should be. Well, they play Kansas week 2. That's a home game, but that could go either way if Jalen Daniels plays like he did last week against Fresno State, Missouri's in trouble. But that could go either way, William. They get South Carolina at home. After South Carolina hosts Vanderbilt, Missouri hosts South Carolina, and then they host UMass. So if they upset South Carolina, you're looking at them being 5-0 heading into their bye week. And then they get Alabama at home. I don't think they beat Alabama. They get Auburn on the road. They could beat Auburn. It depends how that game goes. They get Vanderbilt on the road. I like Vanderbilt in that matchup just based on the experience Vanderbilt has, but that game could go either way. Texas A&M is off a bye, but they get them at home. Mississippi State, they get at home. Oklahoma on the road. They'll probably lose to Oklahoma, and they get Arkansas on the road to end the year. So Missouri could surprise some people, but they could go 10-2 if they play their cards right. But more than likely, you're probably looking at them at 8-4, 9-3. I think they'll maybe 7-5. It just depends how many times they slip up throughout the year. They're going to make a bowl game, but I don't think they'll make the SEC title game or the college football playoff.
Yeah, and I was, for some reason, when I was talking, for some reason, I was picturing the Mississippi State jersey in my head for whatever reason, and it just didn't. It didn't work out. It didn't work out. I don't know why I would ever think it, because it's not even close.
William, do you got anything you want to add to Missouri before we get to Arkansas?
Well, they just have to find out who they are. You know, this is a team, like you said, coming off the, losing Cody Schrader, losing Brady Cook, everything they lost Schrader last year, and they have to decide who they are, and the players have to step up, man. I mean, they're pretty much whatever you want to call mid, and to use one of those millennial words, but that's just about it, man. They have to find out who they are.
Yeah, and then Arkansas, they've got two players on their team. Fernando Carmona, he was a left tackle last year. He's moving to left guard, 6'5", 322. And before he came to Arkansas, he was a 2-year starter at San Jose State. So he's going to be moving inside to left guard. Carmona might be the best left guard in all of college football. And their quarterback, Talon Green, 6'6", 230. I have an 86 on Green for potential, but Green is a guy who he showed some flashes at times last year, but he was super raw. He'll have more experience this year.
That we said would be a left tackle prospect in next year's draft. A high level left tackle on next year's draft, but they're moving him into guard.
Well, he's 322 pounds. And if NFL teams think he has small arms, and they've already got that intel from NFL teams, they may as well help him get prepared for that transition.
Yeah, because I was just wondering, because we had him pegged pretty high there.
I almost mocked him to the Ravens in the first round, but they need a right guard more so than a left guard with Falele entering the final year of his rookie deal. So I went with the Texas A&M right guard instead, but he was pretty close to actually cracking my first round, Carmona.
I was just wondering if we were still talking about the same guy.
We are. That is the same guy. They've got Cameron Ball at defensive tackle as well. I'm not as high on him, but he could be a nice backup. But yeah, I'm just curious. What do you guys think of Talon Green, the quarterback, before we get to the next SEC team? I really don't see Arkansas contending. They do get an early. They should be 2-0 after Alabama and Arkansas State. I don't know if they beat Memphis on the road in Memphis. That's a game they probably have to win if they're going to make a bowl game, though. They should beat Auburn at home. They should beat Mississippi State at home. But they're either going to have to beat Tennessee on the road, beat Notre Dame at home, beat LSU or Texas on the road, which is not happening, or beat Missouri in the season finale to make a bowl game. They're going to have to beat one of those teams just to be bowl eligible. And that's going to be a tough task.
William,
I'm curious what you have to say about Carmona or Taylor Green before we get to the next team, which is Auburn.
William, I think you'll agree with me in saying that this offense goes as the offensive line goes. The offensive line is good. And if they continue to be good, then the quarterback can have a good year. And then they could at least finish 500 in that premise. Do you not agree with me on that?
You know, Taylor Green, it's his second season in the system. I mean, he is expected to know everything, or maybe not everything, but you know, most things. And the offensive line definitely dictates how the quarterback and how the running backs do. So, I mean, other than that, you know, I don't see a whole lot of potential here. You know, I mean, maybe it's there, but they're gonna have to come out and prove it. No, I mean, Green's what, like 6'6", like 220, 230 pounds. He's a big dude, athletic, all that, but he has to show that he knows what he's doing. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
And the next team on this list is the Auburn Tigers. Auburn, they've got a really good edge. They've got maybe 3 star players on their team. 2 are in this year's draft and 1's in next year's draft. They've got Keldrick Falk. He's their highest rated player. I've got a 93 out of 99 on him. I mocked Falk to the Dolphins in the first round. They also have Eric Singleton Jr. He was a Georgia Tech receiver that transferred to Auburn. And they also have Cam Coleman, who showed he could be the number 1 receiver as a true freshman. And Coleman's my wide receiver 3 in 2027 behind Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith. So Auburn's got 2 star receivers in Coleman and Singleton, and they've got Falk at edge rusher. So, and Jackson Arnold, the former, I believe that's a name, William, Joey, I believe Jackson Arnold is a guy one of you told me about. He was the former Oklahoma QB last year. He got benched. Is that correct? He got benched for Oklahoma's QB and transferred to Auburn.
Yep.
So
sounds about right. Sounds about right.
I said something about him at some point. Yeah.
But yeah, Arnold's going to have much better receivers, in my opinion, at Auburn versus Oklahoma. Can he turn things around, though, like Bo Nix did when he left Auburn to go to Oregon? Can Arnold have that type of effect? Because I would argue these 2 receivers on Auburn are better than any receiver he had at Oklahoma. So if he can't turn it around with these weapons, only had 1984 yards with Oklahoma passing, 560 rushing. So if that was actually the last 2 years at Oklahoma. So if he can't turn it around and break out, at least get to 2,500, 3,000. You'd like to see 3,500 with the weapons he has, but you're not expecting that. And Auburn did lose Jarquez Hunter at running back. They do have some seniors. They have all 5 returning starters on the offensive line, and all 5 starters are either juniors or seniors. So, I mean, Jackson Arnold has a lot going for him offensively with the weapons, with Singleton and Coleman, with the offensive line. And Alex McPherson, the younger brother of Evan McPherson's Auburn's kicker. So there's a lot. Arnold has a lot of talent around him. I would argue more than he had at Oklahoma. And defensively, it comes down to what Falk does, how far he can carry Auburn. Auburn does have a corner named Jay Crawford who had 8 deflections as a true freshman. And yes, Auburn cornerback Jay Crawford is in the first round of Shane Hallam's mock draft. I did not see enough of Crawford to evaluate him, but I didn't put him in the first round of my 2027 mock, but he might be a guy I have to go back and look at and do a little bit more film on, given Auburn's track record with corners. But yeah, you got any thoughts on the weapons, the offensive line, Kendrick Falk? Any thoughts on Auburn? I mean, their schedule's tough. They open up against Baylor on Friday in Waco, Texas. And I really don't expect them to do much. Maybe they go 6-6, but I'm not really expecting much out of Auburn this year.
Yeah, no, it's another one of those things. The only thing Auburn is really, has had going for him in the last decade, or should I say last 15 years or so, was Cam Newton coming in and just showing the explosion he could. I'm not sure that Jackson Arnold can do that here. Peyton Thorne, for being as limited as he is, he's well, he's a backup quarterback. And that's the grade I had on him, like what 2 years ago, something like that. But
Yeah, I don't
I
expect
think
Arnold to amount to much in the NFL level. I think if he was an
no,
NFL prospect, he'd be a sixth round to UDFA. That'd be his value.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
I agree with William. The last decade, in my opinion, the only thing Auburn had for him the last decade was Bo Nix, and we saw how they let him go away. So it's like, dude, Auburn, what do you have going for you?
They've got Falk, who's actually considered the second best edge rusher in most mock drafts behind TJ Parker of Clemson, and they've got Singleton and Coleman at receiver. But outside of that, nothing excites me.
It's like, okay, what did Miles go to the Browns last year? 3-14 record. An edge rusher is great. A great edge rusher is great. But is it going to shift the tide in a talentless team? Absolutely freaking not. So, you got to have more than just talented edge rushers. And that is right now what Auburn is looking at. They had their quarterback, they got rid of him.
Well, they had Peyton Thorne, the former Michigan State quarterback, last year. And it sounds like, from what you and William are saying, Jackson Arnold's probably a downgrade over Peyton Thorne. That's basically what I'm interpreting.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because Eric Singleton was great at Georgia Tech. He transfers to Auburn. Cam Coleman showed he could be a number one receiver with former Michigan State QB. Crap, forgot his name, but no. That's Peyton Thorne, yeah. Arnold's downgrade over Thorne. That's basically what you guys are saying. And if the numbers for these receivers drop, it'll be Arnold's performance that's going to be reflective of that. That's basically what I'm getting at, or you're getting at.
There's been flashes.
And does the exact same freaking thing he did at Georgia Tech, then we eat crow, because guess what? Crow tastes like chicken. And we're all fine. Because if he walks in here and takes the SEC by storm, same way he did Georgia Tech, what are we going to say about it? We're going to say that crow tastes good. That's the only thing we can say.
Yeah, and Auburn plays Baylor on Fox this Friday, so that's a big game. We will learn a lot about Auburn in that game, what they can do. Because if they can't go into Baylor and beat Baylor, then that tells me they're not going to be a very competitive team. But if they win that game, they should be 3-0 heading into their first SEC game against Oklahoma. And then if you get 3 wins against SEC opponents, you make a bowl game. You get Kentucky at home, you get Missouri at home, you play Arkansas on the road, you play Vanderbilt on the road, you do get Mercer. So you get 4 non-conference games. If you beat Baylor, you just have to win 2 SEC games and you're in a bowl game. And I think they can win 2 SEC games. I don't think they can win more than 2. They won 2 last year. They get Missouri at home. They get Kentucky at home. Arkansas on the road. Vanderbilt on the road. They're not beating Georgia or Alabama at home. So I think basically you have to beat Baylor just to have a shot at a bowl game. You have to win all your non-conference games, and you got to probably win the 2 SEC games at home against Missouri and Kentucky. I think that's the only path for Auburn to make a bowl game this year. And if they don't execute that, they're probably going to miss the bowl game again.
This is football, and the quarterback is the most important position. That's what I say. If he comes out and does the Georgia Tech thing and just lights up the SEC, we're eating crow. because quarterback's the most important position.
And he's got 2 number 1 receivers. Not many quarterbacks have 2 number 1 receivers in college. He's got Cam Coleman, who was the number 1 receiver last year, and he's got Singleton, Georgia Tech's number 1 receiver. He's got 2 number 1 receivers, and he's got 5 returning starters on the offensive line. So there really aren't a lot of excuses for Jackson Arnold because he did not have this type of supporting cast at Oklahoma. I think William would agree with me on that, but at the same time, because he was so poor at Oklahoma, I could see why you and Joey are bullish, or bearish, I should say, bearish, not bullish. But yeah,
Close enough.
I might be a little bit more bullish on Auburn than you guys. But anyway, I think that's enough for Auburn. The next team up is South Carolina. South Carolina, they've got an edge rusher in Dylan Stewart, who could be the top defensive end in the 2027 NFL draft. They also have Lenore Sellers at quarterback. Their left tackle, Josiah Thompson's a first-round pick in 2027. And they've got DQ Smith at free safety. I've got an 85 on DQ Smith for potential. I've got a 91 on potential for Sellers. But I think his floor is much lower than the consensus. But, we'll see what Sellers does this year. Virginia Tech plays South Carolina. And they should win their first 4, maybe first 5 games. They get Missouri on the road. They get Kentucky. Remember, South Carolina was undefeated last year before they lost a close one to LSU. And they should be 5-0 heading into the rematch against LSU on October 11th. I think they'll beat Oklahoma. They get Alabama at home. And they came close to beating Milroe last year in Tuscaloosa. So they might beat Alabama at home. I mean, South Carolina, they are a sneaky team. They went 9-4 last year. I think they are a sneaky team to get to 10 or if they can beat Ole Miss and Texas A&M on the road, they are a sneaky team that could finish the year 11-1. I'm not bold enough to predict that, but they are a sneaky team that, they could surprise a lot of people this year.
Yeah, this is a team, and they have Lenora Sellers. They've shown in the past that they have enough players to do something, to show that they can compete in the SEC. And generally, when it comes to SEC games against opponents, they do well, and I'm not so sure on Lenore Sellers. I'm not very high on him, but he is a very athletic guy,
He has high upside. I don't think his floor is very high either, William, but he has high upside. He probably has the best arm in terms of velocity, throwing power, arm strength in the 2026 class. Is he going to get overdrafted like Richardson because of that? Probably. We'll see, though.
Well, when the media needs someone to compete with another for hits, they'll definitely do something like that.
Yeah,
and
7 returning starters on offense, only 5 on defense. But one of those 5 on defense is Dylan Stewart, who probably is a 2027 first-round pick. Judge Collier, another returning starter who had 8 deflections last year at cornerback as a true sophomore. And then they got Brandon Sisti, an NC State corner in the portal. So I think the defense, the corners, and Dylan Stewart are going to have to carry the Gamecocks. But they do have a very manageable strength of schedule to where.
Oh. Let me give you a little more context on that. Because I do think I have a little more on Sellers than you guys do. Sellers' uncle was Brad Sellers, former Chicago Bulls, Cleveland Cavs forward. His cousin just got drafted into the WNBA draft. His mother, I believe, was a Olympic athlete. Whether she made the Olympic team or not, I'm not sure. But he has, I think Chris mentioned it, the best arm of any player here. But the big thing is with Sellers is his technique. Because out of all the things I just said, everything was athletic. He does not have a person in the family of football. So he may very well be the best athlete, arm athlete, whatever, going into this quarterback class. He may be the most prepared to be a professional quarterback in this class. But is he going to have the overall fundamentals? And that's what, from what I understand, people in the draft community, scouts, and general managers are looking at it saying, this dude could be the number one overall pick as far as everything he has going for him. Physically, athletically, so on and so forth. But is he going to be fundamentally sound enough to go in the first round? And that's the question. That's the question that he's going to have to answer this year. But he has the lineage, his uncle, his mother, his cousin, everybody's professional or Olympic athletes. But what the fundamentals look like? They're not impressed with them. Last I heard, they're not impressed with his fundamentals.
The backup quarterback to Sellers is 4-star Ohio State recruit Air Nolan, who transferred to South Carolina. So that's another situation. I don't think Sellers is going to play poorly enough to get benched, but that's something to keep an eye on if something were to happen to Sellers or
next year it'll matter. This year it's not that matter. Sellers will be the quarterback this year.
Yeah.
My question is whether Sellers will be playing well enough fundamentally to be a top 5 quarterback or a second or third round quarterback. That's the basic. That's the big thing you got to look at when it comes to Carolina's offense.
He's my QB5 at the moment. I've got Garrett Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik, and Aller in my top 5. He might be my QB. No, he's my QB4. Then I have Sellers at 4. And then I have Sam Levitt, the Arizona State QB, at 5. And Field Yates did a mock draft with those 5 quarterbacks in his top 16. And he also had Arch Manning going number 1. And he had Nussmeier dropping to the Steelers at 16. Which I know you would hate as a Browns fan, for Nussmeier, Burrow, and Lamar to be in that AFC North division. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. The fact that Field Yates has the exact same 5 QBs I do in the first round, plus Arch Manning, who I have in 2027, but not this year, that should say something. So, but it's early. It's early. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. Someone that we don't expect to emerge may emerge this year, and somebody that we expect to perform at a high level is going to underachieve, maybe. I'd say there's a 40, maybe a 50% chance of that happening. But yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we can't look too far ahead at the same time. When it comes to Sellers has all the physical tools to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, because I've got 11 first-round QBs in the next 2 drafts. I have 5 in 2026 and 6 in 2027 with Arch Manning headlining the 27 class. But if Arch declares this year, this will be the draft with 6 first-round QBs versus 27. But I think the next 2 QB drafts are going to be strong. It's going to leave very little room for error for these NFL teams. But yeah, we'll get to Tennessee.
Because we're not going to – he's got 2 stars under his belt. Right now, he's looking down the barrel of the national champion. Okay? So, let's see how he performs against the best of the best. And then we can speculate whether he's going to...
Yeah, and we'll speculate when we get to Texas on the preview. We're about to get to the next team, Tennessee. Tennessee at quarterback, Joey Aguilar. I've got an 85 for him on potential. He's a guy I talked about last year at App State. He comes in to replace Nico Imaleva at quarterback. They have Miles Kitselman at tight end. I have a 90 on Kitselman. He is my highest graded offensive player. He's a senior tight end. They also have Ethan Davis, a sophomore tight end, who Tennessee started 2 tight ends last year, Kitselman and Davis. Chris Brazel's their only returning receiver. and he played at Tulane in 2023 with Michael Pratt before transferring to Tennessee. I think the best players on Tennessee, though, Joshua Josephs, he's a edge rusher. I've got an 89 on him for potential, but I think their best player is cornerback Jermod McCoy. And we got 2 games on at noon on Saturday. We've got Ohio State, Texas at noon on Fox, and we got Syracuse, Tennessee on ABC. So Jermod McCoy, I'm going to be watching Ohio State, Texas on Fox. I know most of us are probably going to be watching that game, but
most of America's going to be watching that game on Fox.
yeah.
So, but I don't blame you for that.
Nobody, it's not that we don't want to watch Tennessee, Syracuse. It's that Ohio State, Fox is the headline game. And basically, Ohio State offered Texas a deal. We'll let you put the game on ABC, but we want to play it on Sunday night. And Texas said, no, we'd rather play you on big noon kickoff because we don't want to have to deal with your crowd at night. Even if the cable rights favor us, we don't have to deal with your crowd at night. So no thanks.
Look what it is. You have number 1 versus number 2.
Well, number 3. Penn State's number 2, but I agree Ohio State should be number 2. But Penn State's number 2.
That's bullshit. Okay? You have the 2 best teams in the country playing on noon on Fox. I'm sorry. To these other schools, nobody cares about your game. This is a national championship preview in week 1 of the season.
Anything you want to say about Tennessee? We'll continue this Texas rant when we get to the Longhorns team preview, but anything you want to say about Tennessee before we move up the list? Because outside of Jermod McCoy and Aguilar, I'm just not sure if there's anything in terms of excitement. Now, if Tennessee can upset Georgia on September 13th, you're looking at them starting 4-0, maybe 5-0 if they beat Mississippi State. They get Arkansas, a team they lost to at home this year. So they could be 6-0 heading into the game against Alabama, which they'll probably lose. I think they'll lose the Gators in Gainesville too, because the Gators usually they play the Florida Gators in Gainesville in like September. They play Florida and Gainesville on November 22nd. It just feels very weird that Tennessee and Florida are meeting so late in the season. But I think they will lose at least 2 games to Alabama and Florida. They might lose to Oklahoma. They might lose to Georgia at home too. They might lose to Vanderbilt. So I think the floor for Tennessee is probably I'd say 7-5 is our floor, and the ceiling is 10-2.
Let's be honest. Just be serious for a second. I feared their entire offense was Dylan Sampson. SEC Offensive Player of the Year, 21 touchdowns. He was a freaking beast. And right now, he's on the Cleveland Browns. That's a huge loss. Imaleva and Sampson were their 2 best players on offense last year. Imaleva and Sampson were their 2 best players on offense. And they lost both of them. And they got Aguilar, who might be an upgrade over Imaleva, but it's not certain yet. And really, their only returning player on defense is Jermod McCoy, who had a very good... And Jermod McCoy tore his ACL in January, so he may not even play this year. Jermod McCoy is the only reason I would be compelled to watch Tennessee play football this year. Sampson has 20-plus touchdowns. There's a one-cut back, 5'10", 220 pounds. It's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're Tennessee, what are you going to do? You lost him to the NFL draft. What's your replacement? You got to have a replacement in place. Tennessee doesn't have a replacement.
They have Deshaun Bishop. He is a Deshaun Bishop who missed 3 games. He was the number 2 running back behind Sampson with 455 yards, as a true freshman. And Peyton Lewis is a true sophomore who had about 339 yards as a true freshman. They got Star Thomas from Duke as well. Star Thomas had 871 yards at Duke.
I was a little bit of credit. His
But they're treating Thomas like he's the third string back when they probably should be starting him.
Yeah, and so we'll give him a little bit of credit. They got a little bit of potential there, but Dylan Sampson he was their franchise. I mean, let's face it, he would make one cut and he would be gone.
He was the Vols' workhorse. He topped 100 yards in 10 games, but he was injured 2 carries in against Ohio State. They injured him, and he was out of the game. 2 carries into that game. And injuring Sampson and Ohio State's offense just going on a rampage during that college football playoff, my Buckeyes, that's a big reason why Ohio State won it all last year. Because I think losing to Michigan again just brought the Buckeyes to the breaking point where they want to fuck everything up.
Well, yeah, it's like Ohio State did go on a rampage last year. It was a miraculous thing, quite honestly. There's no reason they could come to it.
Yeah.
But he should not, when Dylan Sampson went down.
And if Jermon McCoy doesn't play because he tore his ACL in January, then that is going to limit how good Tennessee is. There's enough tape on McCoy for him still to be cornerback 1 because outside of McCoy, every other corner in the 26 draft has a weakness in zone coverage. They can play man, they can press, but McCoy is the only corner that's effective in zone coverage in the entire 26 draft from what I've seen so far. Now, that could change as the season progresses, but right now that's what the tape has shown me, and we'll see what Tennessee does because I think the floor's 7-5, ceilings. You got anything you want to add with Tennessee, William? You are wearing orange, by the way, so
it's kind of orange, a little bit lighter orange. No, they just have to. This is another team, after losing Sampson. I'm not that high on Sampson. He was a capable back. He put up a ton of yards in Tennessee.
I had a backup grade on Sampson as well. To be fair, William, I also had a backup grade on Sampson. I knew he was going to get drafted because of the hype and the production he showed, but I also had a backup grade on him last year.
Yeah, for sure. He's a rather plain back, but there's nothing really that special about him. But yeah, he is capable of running, and depending on the team around him, if they stack 8 in the box or 9 in the box, I'm not quite sure how he's gonna, deal with that. But they have to replace those players, and they have to do well, to get anywhere close to where they were last year. So I'll leave it that way.
All right, the next team up is Ole Miss.
I want to acknowledge your guys' thought process here. The Browns are using Dylan Sampson as a third down back. So you guys may have a very good point in, Sampson and his production at Tennessee.
I'm not saying Sampson can't be the guy. I was not impressed enough to where I was pounding the table for him. I think I had a 7th on Sampson. Tony Mario had a 6th on him, and he went 2 rounds earlier than he was projected to go. But I think a lot of that's the production, the analytics. The Browns fell in love with the production as well as the analytics.
I'm just trying to give you credit.
I'm not saying he can't be the guy. I'm just saying I think the production and the analytics. All right, we'll go on to Ole Miss. I don't want to argue about this, and I appreciate you giving me some credit. So Ole Miss, they did lose Jackson Dart. Austin Simmons comes in. He will take over at quarterback. And they lost some receivers to the draft as well. They lost a lot of receivers to the draft, but they got just Dizon Stribling, Oklahoma State receiver in the transfer portal, and Caden Lee, a junior receiver, is back. DeQuan Wright they have Luke Haas, who I have an 89 grade on, and for potential, and they also have DeQuan Wright from Virginia Tech in the portal. So they have 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. I have an 89, 86 on for potential, but yeah, Stribling, Caden Lee, Luke Haas, DeQuan Wright, 2 receivers, 2 tight ends. Austin Simmons is a sophomore redshirt. I mean, he had the touchdown drive against Georgia last year. And And on defense, they have Xavier Harris at defensive tackle and Sir Suntrain Perkins at right outside linebacker. Perkins was the jack linebacker, 60 tackles, 10.5 sacks last year. Really complimented Princely Umanian well at edge rusher for Ole Miss last year. Can he take that next step and have another dominant season without Umanian? Or was he a product of a complimentary role player next to Princely Umanian? That's what we're going to find out with Perkins, because he had 10.5 sacks last year. Now his other edge rusher's gone. Can he step up, have another 10.5 sacks, 11 sack season, to show he's the leader of this defense? Because if he does that, he could be a day 2, maybe even a day 1 pick. If he doesn't, it's probably a day 3 pick.
Yeah, this is a team, like you said, they lost Jackson Dart, they lost Trey Harris, they lost Jordan Watkins. All those players are in the NFL now, and the 3 I mentioned are pretty NFL ready. But Ole Miss is always up there in the top 10 rankings, to top 15 in the country. One thing, like you mentioned, the edge rusher, putting together a couple of good years in college, showing you're the leader. That is one thing that should be. It's what I would look for when it comes to college football, because every year you have the ingress egress of what is happening. Like I said, they have to figure out who they are. They have to figure out their skill positions. They have to figure out their quarterback. They have a lot of work to do to compete in the SEC, where they had Jackson Dart holding down that position the last few years, and I don't know, man.
Phil Steele thinks there's a chance they could get a third straight 10-win season, third straight double-digit win season. I don't see it, William. I think the floor is 7-5. I think the ceiling is 9-3.
Agreed.
They got to play LSU at home. They're going to lose that game. They got to play Georgia on the road. They're going to lose in Athens. And they've got to play South Carolina at home. That could be a trap game. They've got to play Florida at home. They lost to them very badly last year. And they got to play LSU at home. So they're going to lose to LSU and Georgia. They could slip up against South Carolina. They could slip up against Florida. And they could slip up against Oklahoma. They are the team we're mentioning next, Joey. So this is a perfect segue, by the way, but continue.
Because right now, Florida, they may have the top emerging quarterback. They've got a good running back. They have a promising offensive line. And they've got some athletic defenders. Chris, you can get into more detail about that.
All right, I will be glad to. They got Lagway. He's my QB3 in my 2027 mock draft. I've got Arch Manning of the Colts, and I've got Dylan Raiola to the Cardinals and 4. But at number 5, I've got Lagway to the Raiders. And then outside of Lagway, they've got John Michael Sturdivant, number 1 receiver at UCLA, transferring. Eugene Wilson, I believe he's the son of former Patriots safety Eugene Wilson. And they also have Dallas Wilson, a true freshman, starting at receiver, 6'3", 209. So they've got some players in the passing game for Lagway. They've got 2 offensive linemen. Jake Slaughter's my number 1 center. I do have Slaughter going into the Chargers in the first round, and their left tackle, Austin Barber, is a guy that I think is going to be a good day 2 pick at left tackle. So that's Florida's offense. On defense, they've got 3 star players I like. Tyreek Sapp. Is Tyreek Sapp related to Warren Sapp? I don't know if they're related. Some people said he's his son. I don't know if that's true or not, but Tyreek Sapp had a very good season, 7 sacks last year. I've got a 90 on Sapp for potential. I've got a 90 potential on Caleb Banks. And I've got an 85 potential on safety Jordan Castell. So Castell, Banks, and Sapp, those are going to be the stars of Florida's defense. And I think they have more weapons in the passing game versus last year. And I think those weapons, the offensive line, and Jaden Baugh had 673 yards and 4 starts as a true freshman at running back. So I think Florida has a lot working for them. They should beat Long Island and South Florida. I think they lose to LSU. Miami, Florida, that's a game they could win or lose. Yeah, Miami, Florida's favored to beat Florida at home, but remember, Carson Beck, Lagway was out playing Carson Beck last year before he got injured. So that's a game Florida could steal in Miami with Beck on the Hurricanes, Cam Ward gone.
Remember, I told you about Lagway during his first start because I was watching it live, and I said, "You gotta watch this kid. He's gonna blow the roof off this. I love his skill set." Whereas Carson Beck, we were watching him live, and we were like, "What the hell happened to him?" So let's look at it for what it is. Lagway is on the uptick. Carson Beck ended up breaking up with his girlfriend because he cheated on her within a week of transfer after a horrendous season at Georgia. So, what are you looking at with a guy that's majorly on the rise and who could potentially?
I mean, this is interesting because I look at the Florida Gators. I see a team that has a floor of, I think their floor is 8-4, but their ceiling's 10-2. And the reason I say their ceiling's 10-2, because if they beat the Miami Hurricanes and they beat Georgia in the Cocktail Bowl, I think they can win 10 games. Because really, Texas at home and LSU and Death Valley, those are the only games I think Florida's guaranteed to lose. I think they have a shot of beating everyone else on their schedule. I think they could beat Georgia if Lagway's healthy. I think they could beat the Hurricanes against Carson Beck. So I think the ceiling for Florida is 10-2. The floor, though, is probably 8-4.
Yeah, and
For the Heisman. That's my bold prediction.
Warren Sapp and Tyreek Sapp, actually, Tyreek is his nephew. So, yeah, they're related. That's pretty close relation. So the potential is there.
Good work, William.
It definitely is. And, Lagway, I've heard nothing but good things about it, about him from, Florida fans, but, that's to be expected. This kid has the potential. He can come out, win some games. Florida, has between Florida and Texas, they're absolutely huge when it comes to college football. And this is a team that really needs to do something. With Anthony Richardson, they didn't have a winning record then, but they can definitely compete. I feel, Lagway is a good player that's shown a few flashes from what I've seen. I haven't done a real evaluation on him yet, but it's there, man. This team can come out 10-2 is definitely reachable. So
yeah, I agree with that.
A little bit lower.
10-2 is reachable but it's going to be interesting to see what they do this year. They get Tennessee and Florida State at home to end the year. I think they're probably going to lose to LSU and Death Valley. If they can beat Texas on October 4th in Gainesville, then you're looking at Lagway probably being in the Heisman conversation, as Joey predicted. And at 11-1, the Gators would have a shot at the SEC title with only one conference loss to LSU. At that point, they'd be in the discussion. I don't know if they'd get that spot outright, but they'd be in the discussion at least. But I have them. I think they're probably going to lose to LSU and Texas, and I think the games against Miami, Florida, and Georgia, those are pick'em games. They could win both those. They could lose both of those. It really depends.
It's like I stated earlier. It's all about the quarterback, whether it be pro or college, And if Lagway is the quarterback that had me on my feet last year when he came in and relief, it's like, damn, if he can do that all year, Florida's going to be a feared team.
Yeah, and one more thing about Florida that I forgot to mention is former Patriots coach Joe Houston. He got promoted from analyst to special teams coordinator, and Florida has a junior kicker and a senior punter. So special teams is going to be key with Joe Houston and the Florida Gators this year.
interesting thought. Yeah, that's good information, Chris. Good investigative reporting.
All right. Next up is Texas A&M. The reason I let Joey rant about Florida is because Florida was my favorite SEC team as a kid, and let's face it, Florida is a way more exciting team than Texas A&M. And yes, Phil Steele has A&M ahead of Florida in his magazine. A&M is projected to finish ahead of Florida according to Phil Steele, but they've got Le'Veon Moss at running back. Kevin Concepcion, the former North Carolina State wide receiver, transfers to Texas A&M. They've got Trey Zune back at left tackle. He was number 20 on my left tackle rankings last year. Armaj Reed Adams, the Texas A&M right guard, he's the player I mocked the Ravens in the first round. And Torian York, who has a 90 out of 99 potential. He's a middle linebacker and a weak side linebacker. Had 74 tackles, 8.5 tackles for a loss, a true freshman, 82 tackles, 9.5 tackles for a loss as a sophomore. But Torian York can play right outside linebacker, 34 middle. Torian York's probably the best player on Texas A&M's defense this year. And A&M lost a lot at edge rusher. They lost Nick Scorton and they lost Shamar Stewart. So it's just going to be hard for them to recover from that. Mike Elko did a good job in his first year at A&M transferring from Duke. But there's some turnover at quarterback. There's some turnover at edge rusher. I just don't know if it's going to be good enough. I don't know if...
I will never say Texas A&M's edge rushers, no matter how much they turn over, we may never be, all of them first round NFL prospects, but they're always going to have great edge rushers. They are just an edge rusher factor. So I can't say that we don't know what their edge rushers.
They do have Cassius Howell. Cassius Howell had 10.5 sacks for Bowling Green last year. Oh, no, Cassius Howell, Cassius Howell came to Texas Tech. Cassius Howell had 40 tackles, 4 sacks, 4.5 tackles for a loss as the number 3 edge rusher last year. And then he had 11.5 sacks in 3 years at Bowling Green. So Cassius Howell's the edge rusher for Texas A&M, former Bowling Green edge rusher.
He might have 15 sacks this year for Texas A&M. Texas A&M is just a defensive and pass rushing factory. If you're even halfway decent, they will make you exceptional. You can say whatever you want to about Texas A&M, about anything else they ever do. But when it comes to pass rushers,
and TJ Searcy from the Florida Gators is also on Texas now. TJ Searcy, who played next to Tyreek Sapp at edge rusher last year, Searcy is now on Texas A&M in addition with Howell.
Damn, are they going to allow the other team to pass on them?
And the one returning starter on their defensive line is defensive tackle Albert Regis, who complimented Shamar Turner at defensive tackle. So
we both like him.
Yeah.
We both like him last year. So,
and Scooby Williams, the Florida weak side linebacker, transferred to Texas A&M too. So they're gonna be good at linebacker, and front seven should remain deadly.
Yeah, Texas A&M might have one of the better defenses in the SEC, and we didn't even know it just because they had so many transfers that.
Interesting. Phil Steele is calling for Texas A&M to top. He's calling for Texas A&M to top the 8 wins they had last year, but they play Notre Dame on the road. They play Notre Dame on the road, LSU on the road, Texas on the road. I agree, William. We're down to the final 5 SEC teams, and we're going to start with LSU because we are getting to that point, William, to where this is starting to become a little too time-consuming. I'm with you. So
yeah. I just want to say about Texas A&M, they have a rough schedule, man. They've got Notre Dame, LSU, South Carolina, Texas, they've got a hard road ahead of them.
They play Florida at Kyle Field. That's a game that I think they can win, but I'm expecting the Gators to win. So I think 7-5 is probably what the Aggies are going to finish. I don't agree with Phil and them being a possible 9-win team. There's just too much.
All right.
Even though it is becoming time-consuming, we also have to realize this is the best conference potentially.
It is. It is. This and the Big Ten are the two best conferences, and while we were able to plow our way through the ACC and the Big 12, that's probably due to a lack of dominant teams, lack of parity. So
there's a lot of shit going on here, but as we said, it's the final countdown right now. We get the top 5.
And the project to finish 5th in the SEC, according to Phil Steele, is LSU. I've got a 92 for potential on Garrett Nussmeier. LSU has 3 wide receivers with an 86 or higher potential. Aaron Anderson, they got Nick Anderson from Oklahoma, and they got Barrion Brown from Kentucky. So they've got a ton of weapons, and they also have Chris Hilton back at wide receiver. Noah Nash, who transferred from Florida State. I mean, if Kyron Lacey declared for the draft, so he wouldn't have come back, but they got a ton of weapons. Bauer Sharp is their tight end. Even though they lost Mason Taylor, they have another senior tight end in Bauer Sharp, who did well at Oklahoma last year, comes in to replace Mason Taylor. They do have a young offensive line. They will lose 4 starters on the offensive line. So that's the one drawback. But they have a lot of weapons, and Caden Durham had 753 yards as a true freshman last year, so in 6 starts, so that's pretty good. So Durham could be an emerging star. So the playmakers, Nussmeier and the playmakers are still very good.
Look, Chris, LSU, whether anybody likes it or not, for the last several years, has been wide receiver. Okay,
same with Ohio State. Those are the 2 de facto wide receiver use.
It's like if you want a wide receiver and you think that you could get one that might break out, you could be in the 5th or 6th round. You go Ohio State, LSU.
Yep.
Where you go? No. So, and then you have Nussmeier, who is. I have heard Nussmeier anywhere from the number 1 overall pick to somewhere in the 2nd round.
Field Yates has him at 16. He has him as the final first-round QB to the Steelers at 16. I have him at number 1. So his range is all over the place.
I love Nussmeier.
At the same token, that tells you that this is an incredibly important season for him. So it is for LSU, they could finish number 1 in the SEC, or they could finish number 5, and it may all come down to those receivers and Nussmeier, because their defense is going to be the most athletic out there. Might not be the most talented, but they're going to be the most athletic. So you're going to have to rely.
Well, if the Saints get the number 1 pick and they draft Garrett Nussmeier, and because Doug Nussmeier, his dad, Doug Nussmeier, is taking over as offensive coordinator for Clint Kubiak. So Garrett Nussmeier's father, Doug Nussmeier, taking over for Clint Kubiak as the offensive coordinator under Kellen Moore. So if the Saints get the number 1 pick and Arch Manning goes back, we could be looking at Garrett Nussmeier being coached by his father, who's the Saints offensive coordinator, which would make a hell of a storyline.
This is like last year, man.
About that, because I got my ass kicked as a coach by Joe Burrow's father. So, I mean, I got to give it to, if dad knows best, because dad already kicked my ass.
Yeah, well, Garrett Nussmeier has been born and raised for this position, and I do not see a game between, there's Clemson, Florida, Ole Miss, Alabama, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas A&M. They've got all those games, but they're absolutely winnable for Garrett Nussmeier. He is born and bred for this position, and he is, until someone shows me otherwise, even Arch Manning, Garrett Nussmeier will be my QB1 this year until someone says otherwise, proves otherwise.
I have Nussmeier as QB1 this year and Arch as QB1 next year, but I'm with you on that. Defensively, LSU's got Harold Perkins back. Florida State edge rusher Patrick Payton transfers to LSU. Harold Perkins is back at right outside linebacker. White Weeks is the middle linebacker. White Weeks had 125 tackles last year. And then, and that's the thing. Whit Weeks. It's not White Weeks, it's Whit Weeks. Freaking autocorrect. But the cornerback tandem of Manzor, Delane, and Ashton Stamps is truly a legendary cornerback tandem. It might be their best cornerback tandem since they had Morris Claiborne and Patrick Peterson back in 2010. That's how good this cornerback tandem is. And Stamps, I'm higher on Stamps than Delane. I know you told me about Stamps when I constructed the first 2026 mock draft because I was debating between Dukes Chandler Rivers and Ashton Stamps for that final round 1 spot. But a lot of mock drafts have Delane ahead of Stamps. But both corners, I think, are good enough to go in the first round. And A.J. Halsey is the free safety. I do have LSU beating Clemson on Saturday in Death Valley, but that's going to be a very tough game. Clemson is favored. I do have LSU winning that game. And I have LSU losing only one game all season, and that is to Alabama on November 8th.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a tough game because Clemson's quarterback is on the rise.
He's my number 2 guy behind Nussmeier. So my number 1 and number 2 QBs for this draft are in that LSU Clemson game.
Yeah, he's on the rise. He may overtake Nussmeier.
And he's got more weapons. In Klubnik's defense, he has more weapons. He has Antonio Williams, a junior receiver, 5'11", 190, 90 overall potential, and he's got two receivers that are first-round picks in 2027 that both dominated as true freshmen. So he's got 3 receivers. LSU's only got 2 good corners this year. So
I was hearing Klubnik maybe if he doesn't go on this draft, he may be hands down number 1 in 2027. Eli Manning.
Well, he's a true senior. Klubnik's a senior. He can't. I don't think he can go back for a 5th year.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay. But I was hearing he may be hands down number 1 pick, regardless of Arch Manning.
Yeah.
And that's just a lot because he is potentially active.
And to be fair, I've got a 92 potential on Nussmeier, Klubnik, and Aller. It's that freaking close between the QBs right now, Joey. It's that freaking close to where I've got the same exact ceiling grade. All 5 QBs can make 5 out of 6 progressions. I've seen each QB make a 1-step, 3-step, 5-step drop. I haven't seen any of the QBs make a 7-step drop. So when it's that tight, it's very hard to crown a de facto tiebreaker, and that's where the floor comes into play. That's where the floor for each of those 3 QBs comes into play, because if the ceilings are that identical, the progressions are that identical, the footwork is that identical, then you pretty much have to go by floor at that point. Even if you even though you draft for ceiling over floor, if everything from an intangible standpoint is that identical, the potential, the progressions, the footwork, if everything's that identical, then the floor does matter. Because that's ultimately how you're going to crown your QB1. That's the last tiebreaker you can use.
Well, also, you have to think, if you're going to add Arch Manning to this, you have to add him in.
Yeah, I agree.
Right now, you're looking at least 2 of these guys above Arch Manning. Now, the season's still going. And right now, we're going to be looking and week 1, because week 1's going to be the end-all be-all for a lot of people.
I do have LSU beating Clemson in the regular season. However, I have Clemson getting their revenge in the playoffs. And Carson, someone in the chat room named Carson basically said, who's going to do better, Clemson football or Clemson soccer? That's a very tough question. I'll give you a very, very brief answer. I'm gonna give a very brief answer to a Clemson question, then we'll get back to LSU. I have Clemson in the national championship for both football and soccer. I have Clemson losing to Penn State in football, and I have Pitt beating Clemson in the men's soccer championship this December. So I have both Clemson teams, football and soccer, making it to the championship. Dabo Swinney, Mike Noonan, culture setters in football and soccer, both have won 2 championships, both seeking that 3rd championship. And Everyone in college soccer is gushing over Ransford Guyan. He was the #1 player in high school last year. Rocky freshman year has been very dominant as a sophomore so far. So, I mean, right now, it's tough to say whether Clemson football or soccer gets that third championship. It's tough to say. I can't decide. That's how close it is, Joey. That should say something.
At this point, our reviewers, Chris, you get Clemson coming up short on both ends.
In both football and soccer, yes.
You have both losing in the game.
Championship, yeah.
You're looking at making the entire Clemson student body die of alcohol poisoning. Because they're all going to lose. And they're not going to be able to pick it. Like, give them a little bit of hope.
Well, Clemson plays Pitt in soccer on September 5th in Clemson at Historical Riggs Stadium, whatever they call the soccer arena. I know they beat South Carolina pretty convincingly in soccer last night on the ACC network. And they're not airing that game on the ACC network. They're airing that game on ACC Next and they're airing North Carolina State on ACC network. I'm probably going to have the Chiefs-Chargers game on YouTube, and I'm going to have the Clemson-Pitt soccer game on my phone on the ESPN Next app, because that's a game that needs to be on ACC Network. I'm not going to rant about Clemson-Pitt soccer. I'll save my Pitt soccer rant for the Steelers.
That's not giving the Clemson fans any type of hope. Give them hope, Chris.
They could very easily end up winning a championship in both sports. They could, but I have them getting the championship. The fact that I have them in the final two for both sports should say something, Joey. I'm not trying to crush their soul and tear their hearts.
They're the first loser in two sports.
But if they lose to Clemson in the open, if Clemson loses to LSU in the opener and then beats them in the playoff, that makes up for them losing the opener. I would argue, William, wouldn't you? If Clemson loses the opener to LSU, but then beats them on a neutral site in the playoff, that makes up for losing the opener.
Yeah, I believe it definitely would. You know, there's still, it's still 1-1, but I don't know. That's in the playoffs.
All right. I'm done with my LSU rant. We'll get on to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, they've got John Mater at quarterback. I've got a 91 on him for potential. I've got a 90 on Jaden Ott, the Cal running back. Deion Burks is back at wide receiver. They have R. Mason Thomas at edge rusher, 6'2", 249. He had 9 sacks, 3.5 tackles for a loss last year. I've got an 89 on him. And Robert Spears Jennings, their free safety, I've got an 89 on him for potential too. But yeah, this team went 6-7 last year. They should beat Illinois State. They've got a very big week 2 game against Michigan.
My question to you about Oklahoma is, they have a healthy wide receiver. Last year they had six wide receivers on the injured list. They were running some stupid freaking thing.
Deion Burks only started 5 games, and Nick Anderson, the other Oklahoma receiver, transferred. He's on LSU now. So
yeah. It was really stupid how many injuries at wide receiver they had. They had guys coming out of. It almost seemed like they had the guys that were taking off the track coming up here to play wide receiver for them. You have a transfer and one of those.
They have Deion Burks is returning, and the 2 receivers they added from the portal. They got a guy from Arkansas and Isaiah Sentnega, and Giovanni Gibson, the Arkansas Pine Bluff #1 receiver with 1,034 yards, comes to Oklahoma. So Jim Nagy already adding some guys from the portal at receiver to make this offense more explosive.
Always been a fan, and looks like he's already improving.
And Eli Bowen was a guy who almost made the first round of my NFL mock draft in 2027. Very good freshman year as a corner. He had the interception on Milrow that was nearly a pick 6. So, I mean,
All right. So John Mateer is. I compared Anthony Richardson a few years ago to the Shooting Star uh, Carnival game, and that's exactly what Mateer does. I mean, his accuracy is, we'll put it this way, it sucks. And it's kind of hit or miss whether whether the receiver can
Yeah,
adjust to it or
Oklahoma's
not.
6-7. I think they go 7-5. There are some people saying they could go 9-3 or 10-2. I don't see it. I think they actually can beat Michigan in week 2, and they start 5-0, but they probably lose to Texas in the Red River Shootout. I think they lose to the Lenora Sellers. They got to play the Gamecocks in South Carolina. They got to play the Vols in Neyland Stadium. That is a brutal place to go play on the road. And I think Aguilar is going to be better than advertised, and I think Mateer is going to be worse as advertised, like you said, William. And they got to
Yes,
play the
sir.
Alabama in Tuscaloosa. So I think they lose to Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, and South Carolina, and I think they lose to LSU. But they win the rest of their games, and they finish the year 7-5.
Now, I will say this. I will say this right up front. If all the transferees do as expected, and their quarterback does better than their previous quarterback who stepped his way up to Sanders, then I think they can pull a couple upsets, especially against, and at this point, as we know, identity-stricken Alabama. Because the biggest problem with Alabama last year was the talent, was that their identity was still Nick Saban. The offense was not. So I think Alabama, in this case, if they cannot equalize that identity, it is going to be ripe for an upset against an Oklahoma team that is recharged and reloaded. So there's a load right there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Speaking of Alabama, that's the next team we're going to preview. Alabama, they've got Ty Simpson taking over for Milroe at quarterback. Jam Miller is the running back. I've got an 88 for potential on Jam Miller. They've got two really good receivers in Jeremy Bernard, 87 potential out of 99, and they've got Ryan Williams back as a sophomore. They also have Isaiah Horton from the Miami Hurricanes coming in. Isaiah Horton, the Miami Hurricanes receiver, 784 yards and 6 starts, the slot receiver with the Hurricanes. So
that is a two. Horton is a freaking beast.
So Williams, Bernard, and Horton, that receiver tandem's deadly. They have Proctor back at left tackle. They have Brailsford back at center. They have Jaden Roberts back at right guard. I look at what they have. Gino Vandermark replaces the Cowboys first round pick from Alabama, the guard that Cowboys drafted. Shit, what's his name? Cowboys first round pick. Cowboys, Tyler Booker. But yeah, Gino Vandermark, the Michigan State guard, replaces Tyler Booker. So Vandermark replaces Tyler Booker, and they have a true sophomore that started as a freshman at right tackle for Alabama. We'll see what happens with Alabama, but I think Alabama's pretty stacked offensively. Defensively, Tim Keenan, the third's their defensive tackle, /34 right, and LT Overton's their 34 left end. I've got a 92 on Keenan for potential. Overton, I've got at 90. Deontay Lawson, a guy we've mentioned for 3 years now, I've got him at a 91. And then they've got Domani Jackson from USC at corner. I've got an 89 on Jackson. And Keon Sabb, their free safety, I've got an 88 on him for potential. And Xavier Brown, who plays next to Domani Jackson, he intercepted Carson Beck last year. Game-winning interception, by the way, too. He's the number 2 corner, and I have Xavier Brown in the first round of my 2027 mock. So Alabama, you look at their strength of schedule, at Florida State, Louisiana Monroe, Wisconsin, Georgia's the team that has the best chance of beating Alabama, but I think Alabama beats them. I think they beat Vanderbilt. I have Alabama. If they beat Georgia, I think Alabama goes 12-0. That's a big if, but if they beat Georgia, they get South Carolina on the road, they get LSU at home, they get Oklahoma at home. If they don't slip up against LSU or Oklahoma, if they beat Georgia on the road, I think Alabama can go 12-0. This is the best.
Alabama should go ahead and score 40-some points a game. Their offense is that good on paper. Their receivers are immaculate. I mean, I don't know.
Ty Simpson. I'm not saying Alabama's going to win the SEC. I'll reveal my SEC prediction in a bit. But Ty Simpson has the best supporting cast for a Alabama quarterback since Mac Jones. I don't think he's as good as Mac Jones or Milroe or even Bryce Young for that matter. But Ty Simpson is the best supporting cast for an Alabama starting quarterback since Mac Jones. That's my argument, William.
They're 4 deep at receiver. I mean, take your pick the way you want to throw the ball.
They're 4 deep at receiver, and they've got 3 good starters on the offensive line. And Vandermark could be a good replacement for Tyler Booker, too. So,
up to Ty Simpson, and I'm staring at that LSU game, with the preseason rankings 8 versus number 9 LSU, and it's going to fall all on his shoulders. Like you said, the supporting cast is there. It depends on how DeBauer coaches him up. If he is showing, and there's some tough games there that can, Tennessee, South.
yeah.
The Iron Bowl, Auburn sucks, but that's and it's going to fall all on his shoulders whether this team is in the SEC title game or not.
Yep.
And I'll just say that.
And the final 2 teams, Texas and Georgia.
I want to address real quick because I did say Alabama was right for an upset there, and I do not back off of that. Okay, I'm just saying, on paper, Alabama, with what they've got, will go 12-0. So I'm not backing off that they are right for an upset. But I am saying they could do 12-0 based on what they have. I just want to make that clear.
Yes. Arch Manning, Texas is up next. Arch Manning, I do have a 90 on him for potential right now, but if he stays this year, if he dominates this year and then next year, I think he could be a 99 max grade player like Caleb Williams, like Lawrence, like Manning, like Luck. He could be that, and he could be that if he stays until 27 or probably 2028. But right now, Arch Manning, I've got a solid 90 on. I've got him slightly graded lower than Klubnik and Nussmeier and Aller, but I've got a 91 on Quintrevian Wisner, their running back. I've got a 90 on Jack Endries at tight end. Ryan Wingo was the slot receiver to Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden last year, Joey. Ryan Wingo now the number 1 receiver. They do have DeAndre Moore. He started 9 games, had 456 yards as a number 4 receiver. And Khalil Lockett is a true freshman. So they do have some weapons.
I'm a fan of Moore. I'm cautiously optimistic about him because I do believe in Manning's potential. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. Potential is just that until it manifests. And Manning's only had 2 games.
Yeah, but he's got a good group of weapons. He's got a group of weapons that I'm genuinely encouraged about. And he's also got Jack Endries at tight end. Jack Endries, 1,031s in the last 2 seasons at Cal, comes over to Texas at tight end to take over for Gunnar Helm. So,
a first round caliber wide receiver, tight end, Z receiver. Okay, he is that type of receiver. I'm not gonna go against him in that vein. I'm just saying, that's why I said against Ohio State, we're going to find out whether they.
Because Ohio State's got 2 corners in this draft, and their nickel corner is Devin Sanchez, the 5-star corner that committed to Ohio State. So Ohio State, they have 2 senior corners. They have Devin Sanchez, 5-star recruit at nickel, and they've got Caleb Downs at free safety. And they almost got Coy Parrish, too. Minnesota safety Coy Parrish, who I think is a 2027 first-round pick, had an amazing true freshman season at Minnesota. Coy Parrish narrowed his college search down to Minnesota and Ohio State. If he had picked Ohio State over Minnesota, I think Ohio State probably is in a position to repeat. I mean, they might repeat too, but I don't think they will, but they might. We'll see it.
As far as Texas goes, as far as Manning goes, we will know where Manning stands. We will know where Texas stands based on their performance in week 1.
Yeah.
And it's going to be real quick. We're going to see it right now. We're not going to wait. We're going to see it Saturday. And you know what?
Yep.
I'm excited about it because they do have the weapons, as you said. They do have a athletic defense. They do have...
Offensive line might be a little bit weaker than last year, which is probably why I'd pick the Buckeyes at this point to beat Texas. But they do have Colin Simmons at edge rusher. He had a very good freshman year, 9 sacks, 3 deflections. Ethan Burke is back, but he's listed as a backup. So, okay, they have Simmons and Burke at edge rusher. They've got Trey Moore, a UTSA transfer who comes to Texas. So they've got some bodies at edge rusher, Texas does, and they've got Anthony Hill at middle linebacker. Anthony Hill Jr. is my number 1 middle linebacker in this draft. I've got a 95 for potential on Hill, and I've got 2 first-round middle linebackers, Anthony Hill Jr. and Austin Romaine, whose film cut I'm working on for the YouTube channel. And I've got the Austin Romaine film cut will be ready to upload to YouTube in 2 hours. I do have the Iowa State-Kansas State game on Rumble. So I am uploading college football games to Rumble again. And I'm going to make sure to get Texas, Ohio State. I'm going to try to get 3 games. Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, and Notre Dame, Miami, Florida. Those are all top 10 matchups. I'm going to try to get all of those on the Rumble next week.
We all know how this fall season's going to go. And it's all going to go based on what we see in week 1. William?
And I've got 3 other players I'd like to mention for Texas before we get to William. Jalen Goldebro at corner. I've got a 92 on Goldebro. He's a senior. Malik Muhammad, a junior. I've seen Malik Muhammad in the first round of some mocks, but I only have an 85 on Muhammad for potential. And Michael Taffe, the free safety, I have a 91 on him. So, all right. That's all I got to say about Texas. William, what do you got to add before we get to the Texas schedule and UGA?
A whole lot of things to show, but before I haven't at elite status. I haven't seen those elite traits yet. I'm waiting for it.
I have Texas losing to Ohio State and losing to Georgia. If they slip up against a team like Florida or Oklahoma in the Red River Shootout, you are looking at Texas A&M as a 9-3 team that misses the SEC championship. And just for the hell of it, I am going to pick somebody to upset Texas so they finish the year 9-3 instead of 10-2. I still think they'll make the playoff, but maybe they're a 10, 11, or 12 seed in the playoff at 9-3 versus a higher seeded team, William.
Yeah, very much. They have the schedule there, and Ohio State. I definitely see that as a loss.
They probably lose. If they lose to Ohio State, they're probably going to lose to Georgia as well. So that's 2 losses, and they get Oklahoma in a neutral site in Dallas. They get Florida in Gainesville. Those are teams that can upset them. They should beat everybody else on their schedule convincingly, though.
Well, I've got a question for you. If they lose to Ohio State and beat Georgia, or beat Georgia and lose to Georgia and beat Ohio State, what's that mean to their rank?
It depends on what Georgia does, because there's a scenario where if Georgia beats Alabama and Texas beats, we'll get this whole can of worms cleared up once we get to Georgia. That will help answer your question.
Yeah, it's a big can of worms.
Yeah, good job opening up a big can of worms. Georgia's got Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. Zechariah Branch, the USC wide receiver, who transfers to Georgia. I've got an 88 on potential for him. Oscar Delp is the tight end. They have Ernest Green at right tackle, returning starter. And then on defense, they have CJ Allen at middle linebacker. I've got a 91 on him. Dalen Everett, I've got a 90 on. And Brett Thorson, I've got an 87 on. And there's a lot of people that are hyping up Georgia's defense. On a yearly basis, it's a great defense. And they've got KJ Bolden, my top strong safety in 2027, as their starting strong safety. So they do have some guys on this defense, but it feels like the defense is a little bit weaker than it's been in previous years. And looking at Georgia, I have Georgia losing 2 games to Florida and Tennessee.
Not as strong. It's not even close as strong.
I've got Georgia losing 3 games, actually. I've got them losing to Tennessee and Alabama, and I think they could lose to Florida, too. So
I don't know, because here's the thing about Georgia right now. Georgia has always had guys that play defense tackle, defensive end, safety, slot corner, some type of combo thing. It's like, do they have to be pass rushers? No. They can rush passer and step back. They can do all kinds of things. They don't have that this year. I'm not seeing it in that play. I don't see the players.
So
and that worries me, because that is a deviation from what always made them great. That's what made their defense great. They don't have that right now. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just about recruiting.
They've got Isaiah Gibson, a 5-star recruit at edge rusher, but he's listed as a backup on the depth chart right now. Isaiah Gibson was a 5-star recruit, but he's listed as a backup on the roster. And they also got defensive tackle Elijah Griffin, a true freshman, another 5-star recruit, but he's listed as a backup as well. So if those guys play and emerge as stars, maybe I'll give Georgia the benefit of the doubt, but right now I can't. Right now I can't give Georgia the benefit of the doubt. So I have Georgia at 9-3. And I have LSU. Let's recap my conference title predictions before I reveal my SEC championship game. I have in Big Ten, I had Penn State beating Illinois. ACC, I had Clemson beating Georgia Tech. In Big 12, I had Texas A&M beating Arizona State. William had Texas Tech over Iowa State, and he had Clemson over SMU. I've got LSU over Alabama for my SEC title game this year. I have LSU losing the first meeting in Tuscaloosa, and LSU and Garrett Nussmeier getting their revenge in the SEC championship, beating a 12-0 Alabama team. So that's my SEC title prediction, LSU over Bama.
I got to ask you, because I don't make college football predictions, so I got to ask you guys.
Well, you did make a college football prediction for the Big Ten. You had Michigan over, I think you had Michigan over, who was it, Penn State? Yeah. So you did make a prediction for the Big Ten, Joey. Just saying.
Okay, maybe I did. But it's not something I do normally.
I just throw in the prediction twist for fun. I mainly do this to preview all the teams, and then I'll throw in like a conference title prediction for fun. It's not intended to be taken seriously.
That brings me, because we're looking at SEC champions. Okay. Where do you see Florida with their potential? Because the SEC tournament and everything, do you see them?
I think Florida has to go 12-0 to make the SEC title. And the reason I say that, Joey, because if Alabama goes 12-0 and they beat LSU at home, then you're looking at a scenario where the Florida LSU game in Death Valley is going to decide who plays Alabama for the SEC title game. And Florida, if they lost that and LSU's only loss was to Alabama, then I think you're looking at Alabama and LSU versus Alabama and Florida.
So
And I think either LSU or Florida beats Bama on a neutral site. I do. I'm with you on that 100%. But
LSU Florida game, you think is going to potentially decide
who plays Bama?
Okay, I can get behind that. But good analysis. Good.
I think both Texas and Georgia are overhyped by the media this year. And I think we're going to get LSU Alabama. So that's my prediction. It sounds like Williams got the same prediction as I do this year.
I like it. That's what I had, and I mean, like I said, LSU is going to be a tough team. They're going to be real tough. Looking at their schedule, looking at this, looking at that, knowing their quarterback. I mean, I had a first round grade on him after I watched every game that he played there for a minute. I do that with most quarterbacks, but yeah, I do like that. And I do concur. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we did the Big Ten preview, it was 2 full hours. We got through this in a quicker time period because remember, we didn't start right at 3 p.m. on the dot. It's almost the same time length, but we got through the SEC before we got through the Big Ten. So great job, team. I think the Big Ten is 18 teams, though the SEC is 16. That's why the Big Ten took a little longer. Yeah, I'm pulling up the Vikings depth chart. We're going to get into the divisions very shortly here. I guess the depth chart does not want to cooperate with me. Depth chart wants to reflect on Cam Ward, and it's like, no, we already reflected on Cam Ward we got through everything pretty quick last week. So let's pull up the Vikings here. I'll start screen sharing. Because I use Let's look at the depth charts, go through the games, go through the schedules, and yeah, pretty much. No. Do not X out. All right, guys. All right, so I don't know what's going on here. I do want to look at the Vikings, though, and we'll look at AFC North, and then we'll wrap up. Vikings they've got McCarthy at quarterback. I don't need to read off the depth chart. I just like having it as a resource. They did trade for Adam Thielen today, and I do believe Addison's suspended for the first few games of the season. Addison got suspended 3 games? How many games did Addison get suspended for? But he's listed on the suspended list.
I don't remember, but I know I heard it was for PED, I believe. So if it was only 3 games, I would think it was just he was taking supplements. And
yeah, it's 3 games.
He didn't know it was one of the.
He got suspended for violating the substance abuse policy stemming from a drunk driving arrest.
Oh, drunk. Okay.
And he will return in Ireland against the Steelers. So.
For a drunk driver.
You don't have plenty more time.
Yeah.
Ireland are known.
So the trade the Vikings made with Thielen could be the number 2 receiver for the first 3 games, and then you can move him to slot receiver when Addison comes back.
Well, Addison is only going to be an Ireland Griffin, so you don't have to worry about it. He's going to be very cool.
Yeah, week 4 against the Steelers, but you'll have Jefferson, Addison, and Thielen as your slot in week 4. And Naylor, last year's slot receiver, can be a number 4, and then Felton would be your number 5, your 3rd-round pick. So that's your weapons for quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Sam Hartman did not make the Vikings' final roster. He was traded for draft capital. Yeah, Howie Roseman traded for Sam Hartman as a backup to Hurts with Tanner McKee injured. So the Vikings, they did business with Howie Roseman. And they basically said, we're going to sign Carson Wentz as our backup because Wentz got to try it with the Vikings, and they were impressed with Wentz. So if McCarthy gets injured, Carson Wentz is your starter. And Max Brosmer, an undrafted quarterback out of Minnesota, made the Vikings' final roster. The Minnesota Golden Gopher starter last year made the Vikings' final roster as an UDFA. He's the third-string quarterback. So it's...
I had an absolute high grade on Kyle McCord, and I'm not sure. Maybe he's a little bit cocky. Maybe he's got some attitude behind him, because all his metrics, and all his just stats and measurements and everything scream NFL. But maybe it's something like Jimmy Clausen, where they're just too cocky that no one wants to follow him. And I mean,
yeah. But it's interesting. Hawkinson's still your starting tight end. Oliver's the backup. Ben Urasek, the Stanford, Georgia tight end, is the third-string tight end for the Vikings as an undrafted free agent. Aaron Jones is your starting running back. Jordan Mason's the backup. And then you look at the offensive line for the Vikings. Darisaw and Brian O'Neill are both starting at tackle again. Ryan Kelly's the center. Will Fries from the Colts is the right guard. And Donovan Jackson, the Vikings' first-round pick, is the left guard. So a lot of good pieces on this Vikings offense as far as the supporting cast goes. There is very little room for error with quarterback J.J. McCarthy when you look at the weapons he's going to have when Addison comes back, the offensive line he's going to have with Jackson. And O'Neill and Darisaw are both great. So Will Fries. There's very little room for error with the Viking, with McCarthy with this offense.
Very much. Everything is screaming playoffs.
On his accuracy and his ability to not screw things up.
Yeah.
He was like a Dylan Gabriel type with a stronger arm, a bigger build.
I wouldn't say he's a Gabriel type. He showed flashes of when Michigan lost to TCU in the semifinal game. He showed flashes of a young Josh Allen as a freshman redshirt. I don't think he throws like Allen. I think his scrambling is similar to Allen's. That's what I'm saying. I'm not comparing his arm talent to Allen's. Allen has a vastly superior arm. I'm saying his scrambling style is similar to Josh Allen's.
Okay. I was about ready to question your sanity there. It's like what you're taking. I was about ready to ask you if you would give me some. Because that's
sanity right now.
That was
sanity right now.
Hell would take.
His scrambling similar. That's all. That's all I'm going to say on McCarthy. I think
J.J. McCarthy. Higher grade on Cade McNamara, but maybe the fact that McCarthy can follow orders better, maybe that's the point. But besides that, I had a 6th-round grade on him. I don't feel he's anything more than a backup, but with this supporting cast, he can absolutely be a game manager and absolutely win doing it. The decision is pretty much up to him, and learning this offense from Kevin McCarthy and everything that there is to do with this team. They have their safety blanket. Obviously now they have a new one with Adam Thielen, but the tight end, what's his name?
Hawkinson from Iowa. They've got
Hawkinson. I absolutely love that kid, but he has a hard time staying healthy, and just one of those things, I mean, it's up to J.J. McCarthy whether this team makes the playoffs or not.
If the Vikings finish last place in the NFC North 2 years in a row, I don't think McCarthy gets replaced, because I think you need 3 years to evaluate the QB, and this is technically McCarthy's first year since he got injured in the preseason. Yes, he's a sophomore instead of a rookie, but this is his first year as a regular season starter. So basically, I'm saying McCarthy, the earliest the Vikings, I think, replace McCarthy is 2028, and that's if he sucks and he's a bust.
Well, yeah, but he has no excuses because he's been with the team that long. In his head, he's been the starter that long. It just depends what it comes down to on the field.
And there are so many parallels between McCarthy and Mahomes, both drafted 10th overall, Both the Chiefs and Vikings traded up for each guy in the draft. Both guys did not play as rookies. In McCarthy's defense, he probably would have played if he didn't get injured in the preseason.
Well, the difference is that Mahomes had one hell of a learning tree coming down through.
He had the best GM, Brett Veach. Because Veach was the guy Andy Reid wanted. Andy Reid wanted Veach over Dorsey as the GM. And that's why Dorsey was eventually shown the door in Kansas City.
He has the best coach. He has the best
GM in the AFC at least.
GM. He has the best mentor in Alex Smith. He has the best roommate for the first few months at college in Baker Mayfield. He had
Baker Mayfield never played at the same college as Mahomes.
They didn't play together, but they never played together. But for the first couple before Mayfield transferred, Mayfield
transferred in January. So are you saying Mahomes was on campus in November of that year, even though he wasn't enrolled in the school?
He was on campus, and that matters. Mayfield has, and they have basically said, we were gaming buddies. He took me through. He was on campus. He wasn't enrolled. He was on campus. He was good to go. He was a senior in high school. But they never played together. I will totally admit that. They never played together. But, they're quick buddies. Mayfield showed him around. Mayfield hightailed.
But I would argue Kevin O'Connell's been a great head coach for the Vikings. So the resources McCarthy has, they're not as great as Mahomes, but they are similar in some respects.
So do you think O'Connell can bring the same thing out as we got from Mahomes?
We'll see. Because I think O'Connell and Brian Flores, the defensive coordinator, are going to have to carry the Vikings if McCarthy isn't the man. But what are your final thoughts on McCarthy before we get to the Vikings defense?
William, what do you think?
He pretty much said McCarthy's a sixth-round pick, Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if we had any new information that he might have thought about it. But bottom line is, in my opinion, McCarthy has the upper. He has the coaching.
He was tied with Jalen Daniels for my QB3. I had Caleb at 1 and I had Drake May at 2. And then McCarthy and Jalen Daniels were tied for QB3 for me. So
he has the coaching, he has the upbringing, he has the mentoring, he has everything he needs. But the bottom line is, he really was Dylan Gabriel.
Not really. The Dylan Gabriel comp isn't really applicable here. I know you want to throw it out there, but I don't really think it's applicable here.
I think he was because he is a system quarterback that just did what his coach told him to do.
System quarterback, but he had a much better arm and much better accuracy than Gabriel. Gabriel's closer to Josh McCown than he is to J.J. McCarthy. I would argue Gabriel's closer to Josh McCown in terms of development than J.J. McCarthy.
That's a reputable argument. I can go with that. But the bottom line is, if we're looking at guys, it's like he is a stronger arm version.
I don't see any similarities with Gabriel and McCarthy. I think McCarthy is closer to Flacco than he is to Gabriel. I don't think his arm's as good as Flacco, but he's more accurate. Flacco was coming out of Delaware.
Flacco's got one of the prettiest balls in the league, so I'm not sure how you're looking at that.
I'm saying McCarthy's closer to Flacco from an accuracy and tangible standpoint than he is Gabriel. Gabriel.
Okay, if you're looking at closer, I can get it. But if you're comparing directly to, it's like, I'm searching here, but McCarthy, I do like him and his potential. But
if he reaches his potential, he's going to be a massive steal. But if he doesn't, how patient are the Vikings going to be with him? And Vikings, they have a brutal strength of schedule, and we'll get to that in a second once I break down the defense. Once we break down the defense,
that's my thought because he's got the receiver, he's got the offensive line, he's got the arm strength, he's got the ability to read the defense. He doesn't have to slide to find the lanes because he's big enough to be over the line. So he's got what he needs. He's got the intangibles. He's got the physical ability. Does he have the mental ability? That's what we're looking at. Does he have the mental ability to read the defense, get the ball where it needs to be, and get it going? Because he's got the receivers, he's got the running game, he's got everything sitting out there waiting for him to take advantage of it. And if he doesn't, well, guess what? It's all on him because the Vikings are ready-made to make a run. And if he can't take advantage of that, then guess what? It's all on him, and he needs to get the F out.
Yeah.
He is the linchpin here.
But the Vikings, I mean, I'm looking at the Vikings. I'm not sure if they replace McCarthy in this draft. And if Owen McCown's draft eligible in 2027, they might replace McCarthy then. We'll see. That is a possibility if they finish last. Because when I did the Vikings 2027 mock, I gave them Coy Parrish to replace Harrison Smith, who's a UFA in 27. But they could go Owen McCown too if Josh McCown's still in the Vikings. Then we'll see. But yeah, let's get to the Vikings defense. They have Jalen Hargrave at nose tackle, replacing Harrison Phillips. And Jonathan Allen, the Commanders' defensive tackle, is the 34 left end. The 34 right end is Jalen Redmond, an undrafted free agent, and Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, their fifth-round picks, the backup. So 34 right end, they do have a massive weakness there, but they have a great nose tackle in Hargrave, and they've got a good 34 left end in Allen. I think the defensive line overall, while it's not as complete as last year, I think it's a little bit stronger in terms of star power.
I think they're really good on the defensive line. I have no complaints right there. I think even though they don't have the opposite end pass rush, they are good over there at the stopping run.
Yeah. Like last year, the Vikings had 3 quality starters at each of the 34 defensive line spots. This year, they only have 2, but they have 2 guys who might be considered bigger stars in Hargrave and Allen versus what they had the season ago. So, and then you get to the linebacker spot. Van Ginkel and Greener are the edge rushers. Ivan Pace, Blake Cashman are the middle linebackers. Kobe King from Penn State and Eric Wilson are the backups to Pace and Cashman, so I don't think the depth is very good. And with Mekhi Becton still on injured reserve, still not activated, Isaiah Rodgers and Jeffrey Okudah are the corners that complement Byron Murphy. And I think until Becton comes back, the Vikings problems, I said that basically until Becton comes back from his injury, Vikings are going to have problems at corner because they're not going to have that guy next to Byron Murphy. Metellus and Harrison Smith are a good duo, and I like Metellus as a nickel corner. I think letting him take over at strong safety for Cameron Bynum and extending him was a bad decision by the Vikings part. And we'll see what happens, though. Will Reichard looked good at kicker as a rookie. Bartholomew's on the PUP list. Rondale Moore on season-ending IR. Wait, did Mekhi Becton get cut? Because he's not listed on the Vikings IR.
He got traded.
Okay.
I heard today he got traded. I forget who he got traded to.
Not
but
Mekhi.
I heard today he got traded. I just don't know who.
Viking. Let's see. No, because Mekhi. Who is the corner on the Vikings? The USC corner on the Vikings. Because because it's Mekhi Blackman. The Colts traded a 6th-round pick to the Vikings for Mekhi Blackman. So Blackman's on the Colts now. And the Colts also got Xavier Howard from the Dolphins last week. Xavier Howard was a UFA. So the Dolphins could have brought back Xavier Howard when they had all those injuries at corner, Joey. And what happens is they don't, and the freaking Colts who play the Dolphins in week 1 end up getting Xavier Howard. So the Colts now have Mekhi Blackman, Charvarius Ward, and Xavier Howard in their cornerback room. So
I've heard from.
So I think trading Mekhi Blackman was not a smart decision by the Vikings. It's going to make their secondary really suspect outside of Byron Murphy. And there's not a lot of depth behind Rodgers, Okudah, and Murphy if injuries occur. So that's another thing working against Minnesota. They only have 4 corners on their depth chart: Rodgers, Okudah, Murphy, and Dwight McGlothern. So if Okudah, Rodgers, or Murphy get injured at any point, you have McGlothern and you don't have a 5th guy. So that's their depth chart. That's the Vikings.
I will give the Vikings this. Their cornerback depth chart is better than the Browns' quarterback depth chart, and the Browns got more players. So the Vikings.
Well, that's mainly due to Emerson's season-ending injuries, the biggest reason why the Browns took a nosedive at corner.
But at the same time, it's like, you're not going to make excuses.
I'm going to point out the obvious. The injuries, the reason why the Browns.
You're going to point it out, and it's fair to point it out. But at the same time, it's like we're looking at the 53. We're looking at what's happening right now, and we've got to look at that.
I agree. All right, so I'm going to pull up the Vikings schedule here, and then we'll get to the Bears, who I have finishing 3rd in the division. But yeah, I'm going to pull up the Vikings here, and yeah, I mean, Vikings. All right, let's share this tab instead. Vikings, I have them losing to the Bears on Monday night. I think they beat the Falcons in week 2. But I have the Bengals beating the Vikings in week 3. I've got the Steelers beating the Vikings in week 4 with Addison comes back. The Steelers have Darius Slay, Joey Porter Jr., and they got another corner, I believe, in free. They got Jalen Ramsey. So they got Ramsey. They've got Ramsey. They've got Darius Slay, and they got Joey Porter Jr., and they can move whoever's the worst of those 3 inside to nickel to counter Thielen, Addison, and Jefferson. So the Steelers actually have the corners to counter. The Vikings, they play the Browns the following week in the United Kingdom after they play the Steelers in Ireland. So they don't have to travel as far. They could stay in Ireland and go from Ireland to the United Kingdom, and they'll have the traveling advantage over the Browns. If this game was in Cleveland, I'd be taking the Browns. It's in the United Kingdom, so I think the traveling advantage goes to the Vikings, and I've got the Vikings winning.
Traveling advantage does go to the Vikings, but I'm looking at the talent advantage, and I actually think the pass rush of the Browns has an advantage over the Vikings offensive line. So
I don't think they do. The Vikings have a top 5 left tackle in Darisaw, and their right tackle, Brian O'Neill's been a captain since 2019. He's been a captain on the Vikings offensive line. So I think the Vikings offensive line is an offensive line that can limit Garrett to a half a sack, maybe.
Well, that's just Garrett. It's like I've been following the Browns entire offseason, and I say it may come down to the Browns pass rush.
Outside of Graham and Garrett, there's not a player I trust on their defensive line.
Well, that's fair because a lot of them haven't done it.
That doesn't mean they can't deliver, can't step up. It's just they're question marks.
Exactly.
And I don't give question marks the benefit of the doubt.
It may come down to raw talent versus travel time. And that is a real question mark. I mean,
and I think the Vikings receivers, even if the Browns can get some pressure on McCarthy, the Vikings receivers are going to have the advantage over the Browns corners. Unlike the Pittsburgh game where the Steelers corners will have the advantage against the Vikings receivers Jefferson, Addison, Thielen, they're going to have the advantage against the Browns corners.
What corners?
You have Denzel Ward. You have Denzel Ward and you have Newsome. Greg Newsome's your number 2, and Ronnie Hickman moved from free safety to nickel corner. So Thielen's going to have the advantage over Hickman. Addison's going to have the advantage over Newsome. Ward might be able to limit Jefferson to under 100 yards, assuming he doesn't get another concussion before that game. But if he's...
Oh, thank you. Just another concussion.
If he's healthy, though, he can limit Jefferson to like 75 yards, a touchdown, 7 receptions versus 8, 10, 11 receptions. Bye week.
Maybe coming down to pass rush versus, length of travel.
We'll go through the Browns' schedule when we get to the AFC North. I'm going to try to...
But we're talking about the Vikings right now.
Yeah, we are. They get a bye week. They get a bye week after the London game. They get the Eagles at home. I have the Vikings beating the Eagles. I have them losing to the Chargers and the Lions and the Ravens at home. And then they get the Bears in week 11. I have the Vikings beating the Bears, splitting with Caleb Williams. They lose the Packers in Green Bay. They lose the Seahawks in Seattle. I have the Vikings upsetting the Commanders in week 14, losing to Dallas. I have them losing the Giants.
Really? The Commanders? You got them upsetting the Commanders?
Yeah. I had McCarthy and Jaden Daniels graded equally in the 2024 draft for potential, and I think they beat the Commanders. I think they beat the Commanders in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, well, there's some argument about the Browns. I'm not sure what the argument is here with the Commanders.
McCarthy plays out of his mind. I mean, outside of Lattimore and they've got Lattimore, they got Trey Amos from Ole Miss, and they've got Mike Stainristel at corner. Do you trust any of those corners against any of these Viking receivers? I mean, they might be able to limit these guys to under 100 yards, but the receivers are still going to make big plays and move the chains. And I think Minnesota, if McCarthy's on his A game, and so is Jaden Daniels, I think McCarthy wins in a landslide, like a 27-24 type game. Washington's going to get points on the board, but I think Minnesota's going to get a little bit more. If the game was in Washington, I'd pick the Commanders all day, but it's in Minnesota. And if both teams are fully healthy by that point, I'm leaning Vikings slightly.
Do you trust the Vikings?
Yes, because they have they have a top 5 left tackle and they've got a top 12 right tackle. The Vikings have that, Joey.
Washington has a top 5 defensive tackle.
Yeah, but I think Donovan Jackson's going to be really good as a rookie, and Ryan Kelly at center for the Colts and Will Fries from the Colts. I think they're going to be able to limit what the interior does.
Okay.
I'm still saying the defensive tackles will get their fair share of sacks and quarterback hurries, but I think they can limit what they do for 4 quarters. Assuming nobody gets injured on the offensive line, I think the Vikings can limit them and give McCarthy enough time.
You get a strong argument against my concerns, so I'm good with that.
Yeah, they lose to the Cowboys. They lose to the Giants. Giants go 1-16, but they get their only win of the year against the Vikings in Week 16. They lose to the Lions, and then the Vikings beat the Packers in Week 18. Just to play spoiler, even though I do have the Packers as my 7. No, I have the Commanders as my 7 seed at 9-8, but the Vikings, they play spoiler and they beat the Commanders and they beat the Packers in Week 17. And if the Vikings lose that game to the Packers at home, the Packers would go to the wild card instead of the Commanders because both the Packers and Commanders would be 9-8. Packers would own the head-to-head tiebreaker. But in this scenario, the Vikings beat the Packers in Week 18, and that helps the Commanders get the last wild card. So the Vikings do play spoiler and keep the Packers from making the playoffs. So, yeah. In Week 18. So,
and you gave arguments, that were pretty workable. So, I got no complaint.
Let's get to the Bears because the Bears, William, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams. We have to talk about Caleb Williams. Keenan Allen called him a selfish teammate, said that was the reason he chose to re-sign with the Chargers.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, Williams still here. Perfect. I guess he's just doing something else, or he's on a break because he's away. He's still on the computer, but I think he's away from his porch.
Or he just agreed with me and is like, I can't say anything.
Yeah, let's get to the Bears, though. They've got Caleb Williams at quarterback. They've got DJ Moore is their DeAndre Swift's their running back. Roshan's the number 2. Kyle Monongai, who I had a second-round grade on, their number 3 running back. I think Monongai is going to jump Roshan Johnson at some point this year. DJ Moore's your number 1 receiver. Roma Dunze's the number 2. But Zacchaeus, Olamide Zacchaeus barely beats out Luther Burden for the slot receiver job. I do think Burden will grab that at some point, and he will not give it back. I know Williams high on Burden. William actually, in the Dynasty League, William created the Under the Bleachers Dynasty League. William actually traded up with me to get Luther Burden. But I traded down in the first round and got Igbuka at 110, and then at 205, I moved down from 204 to 205, and then I got Matthew Golden with the pick William gave me. So I got Igbuka and I got Matthew Golden. Both guys are week 1 starters. I'm very happy about that. That looks like a trade I may have won. Braxton Jones barely beat out Ozzie Trapillo for the left tackle job. Joe Thuney is the left guard. Drew Dahlman, the Falcons center, is the center. Ryan Bates is the backup center. Jonah Jackson's your right guard. Darnell Wright is your right tackle. And Ozzie Trapillo, second-round pick, is the swing tackle. So that's the Bears' offensive lineup. And in addition to having DJ Moore, Dunze, Zacchaeus in the slot, Luther Burden is your number 4 and 4 receiver sets. You also have Colson Loveland as the starting tight end. Cole Met is the number 2 tight end. So you'll see a lot of – because Bears – not only did they run a lot of 3 receiver, 4 receiver sets, they ran a lot of 2 tight end sets. So they could be running 3 receiver sets, 4 receiver sets, 1 tight end, 2 tight end. They could run multiple running back sets. Ben Johnson's really going to bring everything to the table. And Durham Smythe's the 3rd string tight end. So they're going to bring everything to the table. As far as the talent skill set goes, Joey, the Bears offense, they're going to bring everything to the table.
They have Cole Met as the number 2 player. And I correct. They have one of the best tight ends in the NFL. As we know.
And they drafted another tight end in Colson Loveland, who William loved, who's going to be starting over him.
I love Loveland too. But it's like you have the established higher tight end in the NFL, and you're just putting on the back front. I love Loveland.
I do agree with you. The Bears did Cole Met dirty because I agree. I agree entirely because this was a top 5, top 10 tight end. Everybody said at the Senior Bowl, I interviewed one of Notre Dame's teammates at the Senior Bowl, Jalen Elliott. He said Cole Met's a special tight end. I didn't know. In my defense, I did not know who Chase Claypool was at the time. I knew who Cole Met was. So I interviewed him about Met. I didn't ask him any questions about Chase Claypool. And initially, that aged like milk. Initially, during Claypool's rookie year, that take aged like milk. But now, in 2024, 2025, not asking Jalen Elliott about Chase Claypool is aged like wine. It aged like milk initially. In Claypool's defense, it aged like milk. But yeah, we're talking about the Bears, William. Loveland. I think the weapons Caleb Williams has with this Bears team, they have a lot of weapons, William. The offensive line looks good. More. Zacchaeus is going to be the slot receiver over Luther Burden to begin the year, but I do believe Burden's going to take that job by midseason. Loveland and Met, Earl Madunes, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift. There's so many weapons on this Bears team, William. I think the Bears' weapons are going to help them steal some games.
All right, what are we talking about?
And I do think We just finished the Vikings preview. We're on the Bears
Ooh.
now. We're on the Chicago Bears with
I love me some Bears.
Loveland,
The Bears.
Luther Burden. The Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears. Matt being done dirty. The Bears.
And speaking of the Bears, the 1985 Chicago Bears Super Bowl special is currently free on demand at the ESPN 30 for 30.
That's
so
a good
if you get
one, man.
Xfinity like I do, the Bears only Super Bowl documentary on 30 for 30. That's currently free until September 1st, Monday, September 1st. So I did watch that last night at like 2 a.m. after I coded and did all my grunt work. But yeah,
That was a good one, man.
I did that to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, the Romaine film cut's already done. I could upload that to YouTube right now.
Oh, there you go.
I'm not going to because I don't want to get
Look, man.
sidetracked, but that's great.
This is what I have with the Bears.
But let's talk about Loveland. Let's talk about Burden, Odunze, DJ Moore. There's just so many weapons for Caleb Williams to throw to. I think Caleb Williams will do better in year 2, mainly because of Ben Johnson and mainly because of the abundance of weapons he has versus his rookie year.
Well, personally, I love the supporting cast, and I love Colson Loveland. That's like I said, like I've said before, Ben Johnson is going to use Colson Loveland to save Caleb Williams' little ass, and it's exactly true. I still have a point to where I think that Caleb Williams is going to get benched at some point this year, whether he comes back from that and gets back on after a few games. That would be Ben Johnson testing to see what he has in a quarterback, if he can overcome adversity. And I don't feel that with Caleb Williams. I don't feel that he has it. Tyson Bagent, he came up out of Shepherd University or something like that.
And he got a 2-year, $10 million extension, $5 million per year.
I just saw that, and that is absolutely what he needed. He came in as a rookie and, showed that he could play a little bit in the NFL. And that's one thing that I expect him to elaborate on. I expect him to extend on that, on exactly how. Daniel Kelly, he had a poll, or was it a poll question or just a question? Whatever.
I basically asked Daniel Kelly, do you think by not playing Caleb Williams in the first preseason game, do you think that Ben Johnson's setting Caleb up to fail so they can make Bagent the guy? I got a resounding yes from him. And then we saw the second game where Caleb Williams played well against the Bills in the 38-0 shutout. And then he did pretty good against the Chiefs.
I have heard so much crap about coaches sending players up to fail. It's driving me nuts. Because if coaches stuff players up to fail, they're setting themselves up to get fired. That's not going to happen. Okay, so let's just set this up to rest. No coach is ever going to set a player up to fail, because if they do, they're setting themselves up to get fired, and it is nobody in the zone.
Yep.
Nobody likes. Just no.
Yeah, and I don't see that, but he was asking what week that Bagent would be starting, and just first thing on my mind was week 10, and I said that because they'll likely be out of the playoff race by then. If
I've got the Bears at 8-9. I have the Bears missing the playoffs,
yes,
but I think they are going to be in the playoff race for most of the season, but they're going to fall short due to a tough strength of schedule. They got to play the NFC East. Yeah. They got to play the AFC North. That is brutal for the Bears. That's the only reason I have the Bears missing the playoffs this year. I think they make the playoffs in year 3 next season, but this year their schedule's too brutal.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I have them on the outside looking in this season.
For sure. And like I said, what happens with this team, I know. How high did you have Luther Burden? I mean, you were extremely high on him.
I had Luther Burden in my top 10.
And
he's right now, he's the number 4 receiver behind Zacchaeus to start the year. But he'll get, I'm guessing he'll be eased into the lineup as the season progresses, because I don't see Zacchaeus holding that job down from Burden for 17 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to look at, how many receivers outside of the number 1 and 2 receivers on a team hold down their spot. There's always somebody going to come up and take a role. Whether it's if you're a spread 5 receiver team, somebody's going to go up and take that 4 receiver spot. If you're a 3 receiver team.
Well, the Bears are a 5 receiver team. They're starting 3 receivers, but they only have 5 on the roster. They have Moore, O'Dunes, and Zacchaeus as the starter. Luther Burns, the number 4, and Jade Walker, an undrafted receiver, made the final cut as the number 5 guy.
And Zacchaeus is probably going to end up getting replaced at some point.
I'm guessing by week 7 or week 8, Burden's going to end up taking his job, but they're going to ease him in. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is.
It is.
It's just the way it is.
It is. Because Burden was winning that job out of camp initially, and then Zacchaeus got it the last minute. So I think Zacchaeus is a very short leash. But I'll get to Chicago's defense. Montez Sweat's their best edge rusher. They added Grady Jarrett to pair with Dexter. Andrew Billings is now a backup defensive tackle, and they got Shamar Turner in the 2nd round. So they are 4 deep at defensive tackle. They have Deo Odiingbo, the Colts edge rusher, paired with Sweat, replacing the Florida State edge rusher they had. They also have Dominique Robertson and Austin Booker as the backup edges. TJ Edwards, Tremaine Edmonds are the linebackers. Noah Sewell's the backup to Tremaine Edmonds. They added DeMarco Jackson off waivers today from the Saints. And they have Tyreek Stevenson, Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, all 2nd-round picks at corner. Brisker, 2nd-round pick. The Bears have done very well in the 2nd round under Ryan Poles and even the previous regime, and Byard's their free safety. But the depth is a lot weaker. The depth at corner and safety is a lot weaker. But if those, and that's mainly due to Terrell Smith getting a season-ending injury. That's why their depth at corner is a little bit weaker this year. But as long as the starters on the defense stay healthy and they don't have to resort to using depth players, I think the Bears are going to be okay. The one position the Bears do have depth at is at defensive tackle, because the backups to Dexter and Grady Jarrett are Billings and Turner. Billings can be a good number 2. He's a number 3 here.
Listen, you know me for a number of years, so I know I love Gravy. Gravy is one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. Has been for a number of years. The fact that he's on the Bears right now is, that is nothing but amazing for the Bears. Because Gravy is probably one.
Grady Jarrett's one of the best defensive tackles in the league, and he was a cornerstone staple of the Falcons for over a decade. I think he was a 5th-round pick in 2015, and Joey's calling Grady Jarrett Gravy Jarrett. I don't think he means to. It's just the pronunciation.
It's like his nickname coming out of college was Gravy.
Okay, that's why. I did not know that. That's fair.
Yeah, so I called him Gravy.
Dominique Orange, the Iowa State defensive tackle, his nickname is Tangerine. Or is it Mango? I forget. It was either Mango or Tangerine.
Don't you love some of these nicknames?
Yeah, I agree. And I'm pulling up the Bears' schedule right now. I've got them beating the Vikings in week 1 on Monday Night Football. They lose the Lions. I have the Bears beating the Dallas Cowboys at home in week 3 at Soldier Field. They get the Raiders in week 4 in Las Vegas. I have the Bears beating the Raiders. So the Bears are 3-1 entering their bye week. Then they get the Commanders on Monday night. And I have them losing the Commanders again. This time it'll be a lot uglier than the Commanders winning on a Hail Mary in Chicago. But if the Bears could steal that game, then they could take the last wild card spot from Washington. They beat the Saints. So you've got the Bears at 4-2 entering week 8. They lose the Ravens and Bengals on the road to drop to 4-4. They beat the Giants, they're 5-4. They lose the Vikings, they're 5-5. They beat the Steelers, they're 6-5. They lose the Eagles on Black Friday, they're 6-6. Then they lose to Green Bay in week 14. They beat the Browns in week 15. Even if Shedeur starts that game, I just think Caleb has better weapons than either Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, and that's ultimately the difference in a very close game.
I think that's something I hate about.
If this game was in Cleveland, I might actually pick the Browns. It's in Chicago, and they've got better weapons.
It's not even that. It's just a week 15. Hey, you got a bunch of young players. How are they going to develop? I don't know. But, week 15, it's like, that's why I hate when people do the week 50, 60, projections before the season starts. Because, who knows how these guys are develop?
Well, we have to show some form of projection over.
We have to show.
Because it's a season preview, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, and these things are always adjustable as we get to the start of the regular season.
Now, you're right. It's just.
And I've got the Bears beating the Packers in week 16 too. So I've got the Bears actually 8-7 entering their final two games, but their final two games are versus the 49ers and at the 49ers and versus the Lions. So basically the Lions have to lock up if the Lions lock up the 1 seed, would they lose to the Bears in week 18 to help them get in the playoffs? Because they're thinking, we can keep the Commanders out of the playoffs and we can help the Bears get in. Well, it depends. If the Lions have the 1 seed locked up, they might. If the Lions have the 1 seed locked up heading into week 18, they might rest their starters. And if they do, then the Bears could steal this game. And if they stole this game, I still think the Commanders get in over them because the Commanders, I have them at 9-8. But the Bears would at least finish in the top 8 of the conference. But wouldn't matter either way.
Man, sometimes the coach in me comes out. It's like, I'm like, hold the phone. We how I am. Sometimes the coach comes out in me and says, we don't know this shit.
But I've got the Bears 8-9. I don't think Caleb Williams gets benched at any point in the season like William does.
I think they can go 9-8. I think they can go 9-8. I still don't think they're playoffs. I think they're somewhere between 7-9 and 9-8.
I think they can go 9-8 too, especially if the Lions bench their starters in week 18 and they have the 1 seed locked up. And if they beat the Commanders on Monday night, then they would get in as the last wild card over the Commanders. Just saying.
It's interesting because you do have teams that they're playing against that have a high variance of win-loss record.
Yeah.
And in that case, you're going to have a higher variance and win-loss record simply by default. So,
yeah.
How are you going to do it? It's like you're going to have to really hunker down. And the thought process is, can the Bears, are they capable of really hunkering down? That's what you got to look at.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they can beat the Commanders on Monday night, beat the Lions, if they can beat either of those, if they can beat the Commanders on Monday night, they are the last wild card at 9-8, and the Commanders would fall to 8-9 in my simulator, and that would leave the Bears as the last. And the Bears almost beat the Commanders last year, but the Jaden Daniels Hail Mary at the end.
That was a trick.
Commanders, Lions, Browns. Those are 3 of the last, 5 teams, 6 teams?
I don't think the Browns have a snowball's chance against Chicago, mainly because I think Moore is better than I think Moore, Rome Odunze are a better receiver tandem than Judy and Tillman, even though Judy and the Bears have the corners to limit those two as well, and tight end tandem.
Maybe, but it's pretty good. The schedule itself, if you can win 3 or 4 of those games,
I have them beating the Browns, but losing the other 2.
That might hurt them.
Excuse me.
In the fact that, because I think that they had to win 3 out of the last 4 games to make the playoffs. But at the same time,
They either have to beat Washington or they have to win all of their last 4 games versus Browns, versus Packers, at 49ers versus Lions. Those are the only 2 paths for them to make the playoffs. Either they beat the Commanders in week 6 or they win both of their last 2 games against San Francisco and
For my
Detroit.
fanboy moment of the day, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that they're going to beat my Niners.
They're not going to beat your Niners, William. That's a week 17 game. It's in San Francisco. I agree with you. I have the Bears winning 1 road game all year, and that's against the Raiders in week 4. Okay, so that should tell you everything you need to know.
Sir, it did a long time ago. I had to be fanboy for a day, though. For a minute.
They might beat the Lions in week 18 if they have the 1 spot secured and they rest their starters, but that's a wait and see situation versus something I'm going to project this far out.
Damn, Chris, I'm trying to be objective, and you said you're being brutal.
I've got the Bears at 8-9. This is me being objective. This is me saying you'll start 3-1, but you're still going to lay an egg at the end of the year.
Yeah, you said 1 road win, period, done, nothing.
They got to play the Ravens and the Bengals on the road, and they got to play Howie Roseman's Eagles on the road.
Ooh.
They are not winning any of those 3 games. They are losing all 3 of those games. They might sweep the Vikings. If they can sweep the Vikings or beat the Commanders, that's their best path to the playoffs.
Oh. Man, you make me hot.
Having hot flashes over there.
William, what do you think of the Bears? Because I've got 8-9. Joey thinks 9-8's on the table, and it kind of is. But what's your projected record for the Bears? And then we'll move on to the Packers.
I still have to go with that 8-9. This is a team that can win. Caleb Williams, if he doesn't play hero ball, he can actually do some things at quarterback. But Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams together, this is going to be between them, whatever happens, and that schedule is absolutely brutal. I'll say that. And
the only scenario where Caleb gets benched is if the Bears start 0-4 after the bye week. They lose the Vikings and the Cowboys and the Raiders in Vegas, or they lose the Giants in week 10 in front of their home crowd. And then Badgett comes in at that point. Those are the only 2 scenarios where I could see Caleb getting benched. But if he plays the entire year, I think they're 8-9.
I can see Ben Johnson, like I said earlier, maybe benching Caleb Williams to see how he reacts to things, in a chance, and throwing Badgett in there, maybe see what he has in him just for a couple games, and then putting Caleb Williams back in and seeing if he can win. That is my absolute scenario with the Chicago Bears, Bears. And so I
have the Bears 1-8 against road teams, 1-7 versus teams with winning records, and 0-7 versus playoff teams. So I have the Bears going 0-7 versus playoff teams in 2025.
Let's be honest. The coaching me says if you bench Caleb Williams, it should have been last year, and then run back. This year, you start him. If you bench him, he's done. You do not bench your franchise quarterback in year 2, because as a coach, you know the psychology of it. Psychology says we are going to ruin this game.
That's what
that's what you should have done last.
That's what the Panthers did with Bryce Young. I agree with you, Joey, but I just think it's interesting that William brought that take up. I agree with you, though, Joey. Caleb's the guy. He's the guy you drafted. He's the guy you invested in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing because but.
And the only reason I brought the scenario where William benched Caleb up is because I'm looking at the weeks and I'm looking at, if Williams' scenario comes true, what two weeks, either the bye week or week 10 after a home loss to the Giants, would probably be the 2 most likely scenarios. But I give it a 10% probability. I think Caleb's the guy.
Caleb has to be the guy, man.
You had to look at the coach and say, what's going on? what do you need? How do you do it? And the general manager is going to say, hey, what can I give you to make this work? It is at that point, it is not a quarterback decision as much as an organizational decision. And the organization has to sit and say, okay, we're going to let them learn, or we're going to help, or we're going to secure this position.
We got to move on to the Packers, Lions, and the AFC North.
2 seconds here, man. I retract my previous Week 10 thing. I believe that Caleb Williams will get benched, probably against the Baltimore Ravens or before, depending on how he's playing. I'm saying Week 8 because with the schedule that they have and coming back, see what he is Week 10 coming back against a team like the New York Giants. But let's move on, man.
Yeah, because he could get benched after Week 7 against the Saints if he loses to the Saints, and they have other rookie but let's move on to the Packers.
Sir.
I'm with you, William.
Yes,
let's move on to the Green Bay Packers. All right, so the Packers, they have Jordan Love at quarterback. Josh Jacobs is a top 5 running back. He did very well with Green Bay last year. Romeo Doubs is the number 1 receiver for now. Matthew Golden is the number 2. Jaden Reed's the number 3. In that trade, it's aging like wine for me in your dynasty league. I was looking at 2 players in round 2 after I gooped in round 1. I was looking at Luther Burden. I was looking at Golden. I like both equally. I didn't give a crap which one I ended up with. And trading down with William was the best thing I did because right now I've got the early game advantage. Doesn't mean Burden can't be better than Golden. He can very easily be better than Golden. But right now, the early game strategy paid off for me short term. Right now, that paid off for me short term. But that's a situation where not giving a crap has its perks.
Yeah, that was definitely a what if here, and you're right behind me, and I'm like, oh yeah, no. I
was ahead of you, and then you moved up and gave me your 2nd and 5th to move up for Burden, and I ended up with Golden. I ended up getting an extra pick in Golden.
That was one thing I haven't really reviewed Matthew Golden. I just know that, he played at Texas. And
I think Burden's a better prospect personally, but I'm very high on both the Bears and Packers. I think the Bears and Packers are both going to be good.
I understand exactly what you're looking at there, man. And
it was one of those things where it worked out for both of us. And
yes, sir.
Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave are your tight ends. So you've got weapons. Wicks is your number 4 receiver. Savion Williams is your number 5. So the Packers are pretty deep at receiver. Rasheed Walker enters a contract year at left tackle. Aaron Banks, former 49ers, now the Packers left guard. Elgin Jenkins is the center. Sean Ryan enters a contract year at right guard. Zach Tom just got extended. And Jordan Morgan's your swing guard. And Anthony Belton's your backup right tackle, but Morgan's the backup left tackle and the swing guard. Anthony Belton's the backup right tackle to Zach Tom, who just got extended. So that's the Packers offense. Anybody you want to discuss on the Packers offense before I get to the defense?
Yeah, no.
I want to say that I saw the throwback uniform today. Packers throwback uniform is amazing. And I love them. So I just wanted to say that.
On to the defense.
Rashawn Gary is your left end. Lucas Van Ness is your right end. Devontae Wyatt and Kenny Clark are the defensive tackles. Colby Wooden did make the final roster as a 3rd stringer. Warren Brinson, their 6th round pick out of Georgia, also made the final roster as a 3rd stringer. The big surprise, though, is Nazir Stackhouse, Georgia defensive tackle. So we both like Joey. He went undrafted. But not only did he make the Packers' final roster, he is listed as a 2nd-team defensive tackle ahead of Brinson, his Georgia teammate, and ahead of Colby Wooten, who Packers drafted in 4. So Stackhouse is the number 4 defensive tackle in the Packers depth chart as of now. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. I love that because we know Steven DeCarlo gets rotated in and out quite frequently. So that is an amazing thing for Stackhouse on such an established team. I love it for him. And I think the Packers are going to benefit from their faith in him.
yeah, and they've got 6 quality defensive tackles. I think they've got 4, but they've got Brinson and Wooten as the third stringers. I know you like Wooten. I was higher on Brooks, but they've got a good defensive tackle group, and they've got Gary and Van Ness. Quay Walker's the right outside linebacker. Quay Walker's the right outside linebacker. They also have Edgerrin Cooper as the Mike. Isaiah McDuffie is back on a team-friendly extension, and Tyron Hopper is also back. And then you look at the depth chart at cornerback. Keyshawn Nixon, last year's nickel corner, is back. He's going to be outside corner. Nate Hobbs and Nixon are going to be your number 1 and 2 corners. Javon Bullard is moving from strong safety to nickel corner because Bullard began the year as the safety next to McKinney, but they benched him for Evan Williams, their 4th round pick, and now they're moving Bullard to nickel corner. They're going to use him in a similar role that the Vikings use Josh Metellus in. Carrington Valentine remains number 4 corner. Bo Melton, former Seahawk, is your number 5 corner. So Packers, they did move on from Jair Alexander. The Ravens picked up Jair. We will preview the Ravens later in the show. We can either so the Bengals and Ravens are the last 2 teams we'll preview today. But yeah, I'm going to pull up the Packers schedule. I have the Packers at 8 and 9. Packers, I've got the Packers at 8 and 9. I'll pull up the schedule though really quickly here. They play the Lions in week 1. They are favored to beat the Lions in week 1. I have the Lions pulling the upset. They play the Commanders in week 2 on Thursday night. I have them beating the Commanders. Joey has the Packers beating the Lions and losing to the Commanders. That was it when we did the simulator back in May. That's at least what he had. So just pointing that out. Packers play the Browns in week 3. That's probably going to be Love v. Flacco. It's probably going to be Flacco v. Love.
That is, we're looking at, we just got past training, so, and past the preseason, so everything's subject to change at this point. And week 1 is in 2 weeks. So, we're looking at a lot of different things going on.
Well, week 1's 10 days away, technically. There are 2 week 1 games next week on Thursday and Friday in 9 days, but it's technically
10 days, yeah. So there is a lot going on there when it comes to the regular season and what we want. I may do a new, I guess, call a schedule game, between now and then, but we'll have to see. But it is a
yeah. So I've got the Packers losing the Lions but beating the Commanders. They should beat the Browns as well. I've got them losing the Cowboys in week 4 and then going in the bye week at 2 and 2. Bandel's a Bengals fan, but he lives in Wisconsin. So whenever the Packers play the Bengals in Lambeau, Bandel does go to the games. The Packers are going to beat the Bengals. They're going to hand the Bengals one of their first 2 losses of the season. But I still like the Bengals as my Super Bowl pick, but I'll explain why later. But Packers are going to torture Bandel in week 6. I'm not going to predict a 38-10 blowout. I think it's going to be like a 38-24 high-scoring game where the Packers just go off. Maybe it's 38-31 and Burrow keeps it close. But I'm going to take the Packers in week 6 at home. They lose to the Cardinals. Aaron Rodgers beats the Packers with the Steelers in Pittsburgh, hosting the Packers. So Aaron Rodgers beats the Packers. Because I don't think that Aaron Rodgers got to play the Packers with the Jets in either of the last 2 years. So So this is Aaron Rodgers' first meeting against the Packers. So Aaron Rodgers beats the Packers. The Packers beat the Panthers and the Eagles at home. They beat the Giants.
That's why you're getting all the memes about the horrendous freaking Steelers jerseys versus the amazing Packers jerseys, is because it's Aaron Rodgers' horrendous jersey versus the Packers' amazing jersey. In it's a thing. It's a thing, and it's not a good thing.
I think Pickett beat Jordan Love. The last time these teams met was 2 years ago. I think it was Pickett versus Jordan Love. And I think Pickett beat Jordan Love in that game. So, but Jordan Love's grown a lot, done a lot of growing since then.
He's been embarrassed. He's been humiliated, and he should reflect on his life.
Well, Pickett did beat Jordan Love in that game. He was still the starter of the Steelers at the time. I know Pickett's had a free fall. I know he's had a free fall since his days in Pittsburgh, and I think that's blatantly obvious why he's had such a big free fall.
I texted Oren this morning, okay, and told him congratulations for getting your amazing talent and Kenny Pickett. Okay, so I should tell you what you need to know.
After the Packers lose to Aaron Rodgers, they get so angry. They go on a 4-game winning streak. They beat the Panthers at home. They beat the Eagles and Howie Roseman on Monday Night Football. They beat the Giants in New York, and they beat the Vikings at home in a 4-game winning streak. That is the peak of the Packers season. They lose to the Lions again on Thanksgiving. They beat the Bears in Week 14, and then they end the season on a 4-game losing streak. So the Packers are 8-4, and they are 8-5 entering the last 4 games, and they really just have to win 1 to make the playoffs. They get the Broncos in Denver. Altitude's a bitch for the Packers in December. They get the Bears on Saturday night. They get the Ravens at home in Week 17, and they get the Vikings on the road in Week 18. So I have them losing all 4 of those games. The Packers' best bet at making the playoffs is either sweeping the Vikings or Bears. If they can sweep both, they should be in, but the Packers have to sweep one of those 2 teams, because the Packers, I do have them beating the Commanders. If they can sweep either the Bears or the Vikings, they should get in over the Commanders as the final wild card. But I have them losing 4 in a row following an 8-5 start. So, yeah. Packers.
Most motherfuckers out here don't know how to conclude what they're doing.
And when the Packers go on a 4-game and the
I'm watching a basketball game here.
And let me tell you, Joey, when the Packers go on a 4-game losing streak, it's going to be so brutal that, you know that song, you say he's just a friend, and you say he's just a friend. When the Packers go on a 4-game losing streak to end the season 8-9, Tom Rossi's going to be saying, you say he's just a friend, while he wallows on the Packers 8-9 season. As they end the year on a 4-game losing streak, he's going to be singing, he's just a friend.
I hope he's a better song.
He can sing whatever he wants, but Joey's advising Tom to pick a different song than he's just a friend. There were some Eagles fans at my alma mater, Slippery Rock, that sang that song religiously. And Slippery Rock's a college located past 20, 30 minutes past Cranberry, past my mom's house. And I'm in Carnegie, which is 30 to 40 minutes away from my mom's in Cranberry. But yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the Lions. They are the final team in this NFC North division when we got a preview. They are the kingpin of this division. But yeah. The Dan Campbell Applebee's ads are already in full motion. NFL hasn't even started yet, William, and the Dan Campbell Applebee's commercials are already in full motion. But yeah, the Lions. What do you think of the Packers, William? Okay, William, I guess he left his porch again. He'll come back whenever he's done doing whatever, but This NFC North segment must be pretty bland. But yeah, the Packers, we already previewed the Packers. The Lions, Goff, they've got Gibbs and Montgomery. Isaac Tesla did win the slot receiver job. I was thinking about drafting him in Williams Dynasty League, but I just didn't have the gumption to follow through with it. But I was, because I didn't think he'd beat out Khalif Raymond for the slot job, but he did. Good for Tesla. He's had an amazing preseason as the slot. Even though Frank Ragnow retired, Graham Glasgow's moving back to center. Tate Ratledge is playing right guard, the position he played at Georgia. Mahogany's playing left guard. I think this Lions offensive line, even without Ragnow, there's not going to be a drop-off in the play. And I know Frank Ragnow was a top 5 center in the league. So, honestly, with him retiring, there should be a drop-off. But I don't think there's going to be a drop-off. I think they are going to be just as formidable on the offensive line, even without Ragnow. So, because I loved Ratledge. I had a first-round grade on Ratledge, and Mahogany's should be good, too. So, I think the Lions' offense is going to be very formidable, very deadly. And then they got Tyleik Williams in the first round of the draft. Tyleik Williams was not expected to start right away. He did end up beating out Mekhi Wingo, Roy Lopez, and some of the other Lions defensive tackles for that job next to DJ Reader. Davenport's going to start next to Hutchinson. Anzalone, Jack Campbell, Derek Barnes are the linebackers. Terry Arnold and DJ Reader, the number 1 and 2 corners. Amik Robertson's your nickel. Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. Ennis Rakestraw was challenging Robertson for the nickel corner job, but then he suffered a season-ending injury in the preseason. But I don't think there's going to be much of a drop-off with the Lions, even without Pascal's on the NFL IR, Aleem McNeil's on the PUP, so that's why Tyleik Williams is starting. Aleem McNeil, who they extended, is on the PUP to start the year. Anza Worke is also on the PUP. Malcolm Rodriguez is on the PUP as well. So the Lions have 4 guys on the PUP. 1 guy in Pascal, their number 3 edge on the NFL IL. They have 5 guys on IR, so that's 10 guys currently. They have 12 players currently injured at the moment, the Lions do. And even with those injuries, they are still a force on both sides of the ball. That should tell you something. They have 12 different players injured, Joey, and the Lions are still a force on both sides of the ball. I think that says more than anything else. And they lost both coordinators to head coaching jobs. Ben Johnson of the Bears, Aaron Glenn to the Jets. And even with the coaching changes, even with the roster turnover with 12 guys on IR, doesn't matter. They still have a quality team on both sides of the ball. Now, if more guys get injured, there will be cracks in the armor. If we get another injury at corner, if we get another injury at corner, we get another injury at edge rusher. If Hayden goes down again, there will be cracks in the armor. But right now, there are no cracks in the armor, Joey.
Well, what you got to really look at is the overall coaching situation. Because you know the coaches are solid. And if any of those let down, that's what the problem is. Sure. But if the coaches don't let down, you're looking at a Super Bowl contender. It's all about you had 2 of the best coordinators in the league. And now they're gone. So,
but the Lions had injuries on the depth chart last year. This year, even with 12 injuries, there really isn't a weakness in the depth chart that's glaring yet. Now, if they have more injuries, there could be cracks in the armor. The coaching sucks.
well, you can't say the coaching sucks because
I don't think the coaching does suck. If the coaches aren't as good as last year's coaches, then maybe we could bring up an argument. But I value depth charts more than I value coaching, and I think the Lions have a complete team top to bottom. Even with the 12 guys they currently have injured, they have a pretty complete team top to bottom. Even with Frank Ragnow retiring, a top 5 center, they still have, there's not a drop-off in the play on their offensive line.
That's something we kind of disagree about, and I think we kind of disagree about that because I was a coach, so I do have a,
Glasgow's solid, but he's not spectacular. And Mahogany can play all three spots on the interior. I liked him coming out of Boston College, and Ratledge was a guy at a first-round grade on the Lions. Got him in round 2. So
Ratledge, I like. Ratledge, I think that is a great situation. So Ratledge, yes, I agree. He won't have 10%. I think that was a home run pick.
Oh, and the Lions did cut Dan Skipper. So if any injuries occur, they're not going to have depth at defensive tackle. And I think the Bears are trying to pick up Skipper. So
Skipper didn't move the needle for me. So I'm not too upset about
Skipper's a solid swing tackle, but I'm guessing Giovanni Manu outperformed him in the preseason, 4th-round pick out of Canadian college football in Canada. And they've got Jamarco Jones as the backup right tackle, so we'll see what they do. But yeah, defensively, they are pretty sound. And I'm going to go through the Lions' schedule here. Williams still not back yet, but I'm guessing he's got other stuff he's going to do, and then he'll come back when he's he'll leave his computer on, but he'll come back because I know we have a show at 9 p.m. for Under the Bleachers, so I'm guessing he's using this. He's using this to segue into some stuff. But I'm going to get the Packer. I'm going to load the Lions schedule now here. And Lions, they beat the Packers. They beat the Bears. They lose the Ravens in week 3. They beat the Browns convincingly in Detroit. They beat the Bengals in Cincinnati in week 5. They lose to the Chiefs in week 6 in Arrowhead. They beat the Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. They are 5-2 entering the bye. They beat the Vikings in week 9. They lose the Commanders in week 10. And then they lose the Eagles in week 11. So those are their 4 losses. So their 4 losses are to the Ravens, Chiefs, Commanders, and Eagles. And they enter. So they're 5-2 entering the bye. They're 6-2. They fall to 6-4. But then after they fall to 6-4, they end the year on a 7-game winning streak. They take that into the playoffs. They beat the Commanders in the divisional round. They beat the Buccaneers in the NFC title game. And then they lose the Bengals in the Super Bowl, or the Ravens. They lose the winner because I have the Ravens and Bengals in the AFC title game. But I think the Lions, they're gonna end the regular season on a 7-game winning streak. They're gonna get to the Super Bowl on a 9-game winning streak, and everyone's gonna pick them to win the Super Bowl, and then they're gonna lose the Super Bowl to the AFC champion with a 9-game winning streak snapped.
Against our schedule, but I'm not going to give them. But you guys got a show there in a couple of hours, and we got to get going.
What are those things with the schedule that you have issue-wise? Williams not back yet. I'll give you until 6:30.
I just want to think with you guys, you're playing to the offensive line as being great. And I'm like, and as you're...
They've got 2 top 10 tackles in Sewell and Decker.
They do, but...
And Glasgow's solid. He's not... That's the thing.
Not going to... Against the schedule's kind of tough when it comes to being up front. So I'm like...
Yeah, and the Rams, I have the Lions beating the Rams. They've got them sweeping the NFC North. You're a little bit skeptical about the Lions going 6-0 versus the NFC North. And you kind of think the Buccaneers might beat them again. So that's why you're a little bit more skeptical than me.
I'm trying to give you an overview without going in depth, because I know we've got a lot to do. But at the same time, it's like, I know the interior is not as good as the exterior. They got a lot of good defense tackles coming across. So, are they going to... I do like that you have them in the range, but I think you're going to have to look at the range about 1 game, give or take, more than you have. That makes sense?
Yeah, you've got the Lions as your top seed too, but you have them at like 12-5 maybe they're the 2 seed if they finish 11-6 and the Eagles have the head-to-head tiebreaker over them. But yeah, that's kind of where you have the Lions. I've got them at 13-4. But let's move on to the AFC North. It's that time. We got the Browns. We're going to start with the Browns, folks. So we're going to start with the Browns. I've only got them winning 3 games, but I'm going to look up the depth chart. Joey can tell me what's true and what's false when it comes to these projections for the Browns depth chart here. But yeah, I'm just going to click on that. And then we'll I think William's back. Perfect timing because we just finished the Lions preview and then we got 4 more previews and then we're done. And then because since I've got the Bengals and Ravens in the AFC Championship game, we can pick which team we preview first between those two. But okay, William is back. I hear the noise in the background. That's good. So we just finished previewing the Lions. I've got them at 13-4. They are even with the coaching changes, they are still, I think, the team to beat in the NFC once again. And I think the Lions would have made the Super Bowl had they beaten the Commanders. I don't think the Eagles would have beaten the Lions in the NFC title game, but we'll never know.
I'm going to tell you, a lot of you're hearing, national is a bunch of bullshit. I'm just going to start with that. Okay. You want to start with the Browns, you're going to hear a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it's funny. On Saturday, Mary Kay Cabot was proclaiming victory as if she was right about the Browns keeping 4 QBs in the depth chart. And then Pickett gets traded to the Raiders yesterday, and then the Browns front office is like, fuck you. They're not saying that to Mary Kay Cabot, but they're thinking that. Fuck you, we're trading Pickett. And for a 5th-round pick, it's a great return. But, yes.
Excuse me.
It's a bunch of... You know, you thought initially, a lot of you thought initially is true. A lot of what you thought you knew going through, don't think about it. Don't think about it because you don't know. Because we're going to make sure you don't know. That's the thing. When it comes to the Browns, this team goes as far as 3 things go. The defensive line, which is looking to be spectacular. The linebackers, with, let's face it, Carson Schlesinger.
Yeah.
Asked.
I still like Jerome Baker more than Carson Schlesinger. I know he's played out of his mind, but I view Schlesinger as a floor guy. I do.
I'm looking at what other executives and coaches have said about him, and they're saying, yeah, we were wrong about him. He was a first-round talent. He is a heat-seeking missile. Well, guess what? I have to, if I'm hearing that about him from other executives and coaches, what am I going to say?
Well, executives and coaches are always wrong. They always spew a bunch of rhetoric about players.
They are, and they're actually admitting they were wrong. That's something we don't normally hear. So am I going to say, you're admitting you're wrong?
I gotta see it to believe it, and I'm not there yet. I'm encouraged by what I see, but I'm still not fully sold on him yet.
Well, I agree with you in that situation because he is a rookie. You got to see it in a game. You don't see it in a game. It's like what he's going to talk about. So I do agree with that.
Well, the Chiefs. I think the Browns should have traded up. The Browns should have tried to get the left tackle the Chiefs drafted because but Barry didn't want to give up another early 2nd-round pick to get him.
Maybe not.
I think Josh Simmons was a guy Josh Simmons was the Browns' first choice at 33, but the Chiefs took him, and they would have had to trade up with Buffalo or Washington to get him. They would have had to trade up with a Buffalo or a Washington and move into the 1st round, probably give up 33 and give up another asset. Because I think Barry was probably thinking, I'll give up 35. I'll give up a second next year, but I want to come away with both. I want to come away with both Josh Simmons and Schlesinger, or I'm not moving up to get Josh Simmons. That's probably what Barry was thinking. And all the other teams were like, no, Cleveland, you want to trade back into the first round? It starts with 33, or you can kick rocks. That's probably what GMs told Barry, and Barry just hung up the phone and said, fine, keep your picks.
That's something you can look at Andrew Barry. He was horrible at a dozen different things. When it comes to trade value, this dude's an A+. He will get the best value out of any trade he makes.
Because I would imagine that's probably why the Browns didn't trade up for Josh Simmons, because that was their first choice at 33. Barry did say that heading into day 2 of the draft, that Josh Simmons was their first choice at 33 after the Chiefs grabbed him. But I'm guessing he was trying to lowball the other teams into taking 35 or 36, the second rounder from Jacksonville, and whatever pick, and a pick in next year's draft, like a second or third in next year's draft. And the teams were like, 33, or we're not doing business with you. And Barry just wasn't going to take that. That's probably why they got Carson Schlesinger.
I could agree, and we could even say he locked into Carson Schlesinger. We can even say that. Okay? But it doesn't go against the thought process that the Browns front seven may be one of the best young front sevens in the league.
But Josh Simmons has been kicking ass this preseason, even more so than Schlesinger. So I think the Browns probably should have overpaid to get Simmons, because then they could have moved Jones back to right tackle, and their offensive line would have been a lot more formidable, in my opinion. But you got Flacco.
That's a what if. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is. And
Well,
what is the Browns may have one of the best front sevens, young front sevens in the NFL.
I don't think they do, and we're spending more time on the defense than the offense. I want to go through each position in depth.
That's because the defense is more compelling than the offense.
It's not about what's compelling. It's about structure. It's about keeping things within the proper procedures, proper order for me. For you, it's about what's more compelling. For me, it's about, okay,
And you have to look at what is more compelling to situate the structure. Because the structure is the defense for the Browns this year.
yeah, but I think Malik Collins is a downgrade over Dalvin Tomlinson, even though I think Mason Graham is an upgrade over every other defensive tackle they had.
Okay. That is a good argument. That is a very good argument.
But I want to, yeah, the quarterback situation isn't great. Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders. Ford's the starting running back, but Simpson's the backup. Judkins is third string. And then you got Tillman, Judy. Well, our lads put him on the roster, but red equals injured and inactive. Even though he hasn't signed his rookie contract, red on our lads equals injured or inactive. So they're basically saying Judkins is injured / inactive, and that's not true because he hasn't signed his rookie deal yet. So technically, Raheem Sanders, even though he's listed as a 4th-string running back, technically Raheem Sanders is the 3rd-string back for the time being until Judkins signs. So that's the real truth. And they have Jamari Thrash beat out Isaiah Bond and DeAndre Carter for the wide receiver 3 job. Jones.
Let's be honest. Thrash had an amazing camp.
He did.
Amazing. Whether we want to admit it or not, you know, signing a guy to a 3-year deal with on signing to a 3-year deal, that is a 3rd-round pick deal. Guess what? He's going to be on your roster. He's going to be your 3rd or 4th receiver.
Yeah, Thrash is your number 3, and basically Bond and Carter are number 4 guys. Basically, So that's the depth chart at receiver. Njoku's your starter. Harold Fannon's your backup, and then DeJuan Jones is the left tackle. They brought in KT Leviston from the Rams to be the backup to Jones. I'm not as high on Jones as Joey is. I'm not going to get into that right now. I want to go through the rest of the offensive line to save some time.
You have to look at positions here because, right now, the number 3 receiver is actually a number 2 tight end. He has been playing with the number 2. He's been playing with the number 1 as a Z. So, you got to look at that too.
Harold Fannin was the player I got in the 4th round of my of the Dynasty League with William because I was telling myself if Njoku doesn't resign and he goes to another team next year like Nick Chubb, Harold Fannin's going to get a lot more targets in 2026. So I was playing the long game, betting on the Browns to not re-sign Njoku.
Well, right now, Fannin is the number 3 receiver. And that's not on paper. That is what we're watching on tape.
Well, Thrash is the slot receiver according to our lads, but I don't think their information's entirely accurate because they have Judkins as a 3rd stringer at the time, and he's not on the active roster. So I'm taking what I'm seeing with a grain of salt. Pokai, Teller, and Conklin are back.
Fannin was literally starting the last preseason game as a Z receiver. So you can take that against our lads and say, our lads, what are you doing?
Well, Fannon's a tight end. He's not a receiver. Even if he was starting in the slot, it doesn't matter because he's listed as a tight end. So even if he plays, he'll be listed as a tight end on every depth chart because he's a tight end in college. That's the thing.
That actually makes sense as to why they're keeping for tight end because if they're going to be Fannin as a receiver and list him as a tight end.
They're just going to play these Darren Waller fuckery games with you with Fannin. The Browns are going to play these Darren Waller fuckery games because Darren Waller was a receiver at Georgia Tech, but he moved to tight end when he got to the NFL. So the Browns are going to play these Harold Fannin, Darren Waller fuckery games. But
to be absolutely ecstatic as to figuring out what they're doing with Harold Fannin.
Tevin Jenkins is the backup left guard. Luke Whippler's still the backup center. Zinner the backup right guard. I do think the interior, the depth, and the starters are very good. I'm not a fan of Cornelius Lucas is the backup right tackle, and I do think left tackle's an area the Browns have to upgrade. So teams with good edge rushers are going to have the Browns number. They are. That's the reality.
They did trade this morning for
KT Levinston, former Rams tackle. That was actually on Sunday because Jake Ellenbogen, Rams person we had on our podcast, was pissed the Rams got rid of him. So that should tell you something.
Somebody's pissed about getting rid of that tackle. So, okay. We're all on the same page here.
Yeah. So now we get to the defense. Myles Garrett, still one of the best edges in the league. Alex Wright. I was never high on Alex Wright coming out of Charlotte. I like the only other guy in this defensive end group that I like outside of Garrett is Isaiah McGuire. Joe Tryon, he had a very underwhelming career with Tampa Bay. Mason Graham and Malik Collins are starting at defensive tackle. Shelby Harris is a solid number 3, number 4 D tackle. Mike Hall Jr. as the backup to Graham. I do like that. Mohamed Diabete, he's a great outside linebacker, but he's not a inside linebacker. He's playing outside linebacker, though, in relief of Koromoa. He might do well outside. Devin Bush. I did hear you, William. You got something you want to say about this? They've got Cameron Mitchell listed as a nickel instead of Ronnie Hickman, and Hickman back at free safety. I know they moved Hickman to nickel in the preseason, but maybe Mitchell played well enough to earn the nickel job, which allowed them the flexibility to move Hickman back. But either way, if that's the case, the Browns secondary, maybe it won't be as horrible as we're projecting it to be. I have more confidence in the Browns secondary than their defensive line, outside of Graham and Garrett. But that's just me.
Yeah, Graham and Garrett, they're definitely great players. Graham's got to show it, because coming out of Michigan and he was rated, a lot higher. He ended up slipping, but I don't know. Myles Garrett and all them, this is another team. Like I was saying before, they have so much to figure out. They have to figure out their identity. They have to figure this out, everything else.
Yep, and we'll get to the Browns schedule. I'm gonna give you my Browns projected record, and I'll give Joey the floor to rebuttal, and then we'll get to the Steelers. So the Browns,
Deal.
I have the Browns starting the year 0-6. I have them beating the Dolphins in Week 7. That's their first win. And the Dolphins secondary is so horrendous. I don't even think it matters which quarterback they play against the Dolphins, whether it's Gabriel, Flacco, Shadur. I think any of those three would carve this secondary. So they lose to New England, bye week. They beat the Jets on the road in New York. They do get a road win against the Jets coming off a bye week. So they're at 2-7 entering that game. And then they beat the Titans. That's their third and final win of the year, and they end the year at 3-14. Because like you said, William, a lot of questions, a lot of identity dynamics. They got to figure out their identity at quarterback, running back, left tackle. Just so many positions. I feel like they need to upgrade. I do like the secondary. I'm not sold on Alex Wright. If Njoku leaves, they might have to bring in another tight end in next year's draft. I do think they have the ability to jump the Steelers next year with another strong draft. But right now, the Bengals and Ravens just look like the class of the AFC North. But I'll get into those teams a little bit later. But yeah, I've got the Browns at 3-14. Sounds like we're in agreement on the Browns, William. But like I said, I was going to give Joey the opportunity to have a rebuttal before we got to the Steelers. So I'm going to grab a soda while Joey does his rebuttal, and then we'll get to the Steelers.
Let's hear it, man.
Look, I look at Week 1 and I say, the Browns are going to win this. Why are they going to win it? Because of Bengals history. It has nothing to do with the Browns. The Bengals start slow. Just the way it is. Until they prove otherwise, that's what I'm going to say.
The Bengals swept the Browns last year, Joey. Just saying. Doesn't mean they'll do it again.
The first time in the Kevin Stefanski era that they have lost to the Bengals was last year, and they got swept. So but at the same time, you've got to look at the Bengals. Got to look at the Bengals. Got to put the Bengals in perspective here. They do not stop facts. That's just done as a team.
I think Hendrickson's just going to abuse DeJuan Jones in Week 1, but I'll get to the Bengals later, and this is your rebuttal, so I'll just...
thought process here is, I think the Browns won Week 1. I think the Browns beat the Dolphins. I think the Browns win in England. So now you've got the 3 wins there. Now it's weird because now you've got Flacco. Oh, Flacco is starting to cook. How long is Flacco going to cook? Because he ain't cooking 18 games. How long? So that's the question. They're going to win 3 to 4 games of Flacco. What are they going to do outside of that? And who are they going to beat? Well, I think that is the big question. And I think the big question is, how many games is Flacco going to play? Because we know the Browns are going to have one of the best young front sellers in the league.
I have Flacco getting benched against the Lions. I have Gabriel starting the game in London, and then I have Shadur taking over in Week 7.
That is awesome. I cannot argue against that. The thing is, you're going to have one of the best front sevens in the NFL as far as age goes. The young guys are going to, maybe it doesn't manifest till next year, but you're going to see it this year. Start to manifest. You're going to have one of the worst defensive backfields because we've already discussed them. It's going to be a freaking disaster. And so you're going to have to look at your running game. And we don't know what the running game is going to look like. So what's left? The quarterback. Well, guess what? You've got Flacco, who we know can put up big numbers and big teams for about 5-6 games. After that, well, guess what? That is a problem. So who is going to take over for that? Well, right now they've got Dylan Gabriel. Is he going to be ready?
Even if the Browns beat the Vikings and Dolphins, and let's say your scenario comes true, they beat the Bengals, they beat the Vikings, they beat the Dolphins. They would not bench Flacco until they lost the Patriots in Week 8, and then they'd give Gabriel a shot in Week 10, and then probably they beat the Jets, and then Shadur probably starts in Week 14 if that's how it plays out against the Titans, and then he's the guy the rest of the year.
That is an interesting situation.
And then in that scenario, the Browns probably go 5-12, but they're still rebuilding regardless. They're still one of the worst teams in the league.
But it is still a thought process of we're looking at every aspect. We're not just doing it in. But at the same time, it gives you hope for the future.
Yeah.
So, and unless Ronnie Hickman out of nowhere gets a pick six for a win against a team that they're not supposed to beat, like the Ravens, he get a pick six, for the win, and it's like, oh shit, he actually get a win here.
Yeah, because I've got the Bengals starting 4-0, but we'll get to the Bengals and Ravens at the end because I have those two in the AFC title game. The next team we're going to preview is the Steelers. I have the Steelers at 8-9. Joey thinks that's too kind. And to be fair, he's not wrong. It is a little bit too kind, but I think the floor is 7-9. The ceiling is 9-8. But even if the Steelers go 9-8, I don't think they'll be back in the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers.
That's all the Steelers are.
They're not all Aaron Rodgers, Joey. They have Jalen Warren at running back. Caleb Johnson's the backup. Caleb Johnson made Travis Hunter miss some tackles. DK Metcalf, they traded for DK Metcalf, so Metcalf's your number 1. Roman Wilson's your number 2. Calvin Austin III's your slot receiver.
And what's DJ Metcalf about Aaron Rodgers done to him? Not a whole hell of a lot of. Otherwise, Seattle wouldn't have traded.
No, they just don't want to pay him. They got all these young receivers they drafted. They'd rather keep those guys on rookie deals than pay out the rear end for Metcalf, even though he's a star.
The bottom line is, if Aaron Rodgers can come back from his Achilles at 80% of what he was, but let's face it, he did a good job last year to come back about 65-70% of what he was. If he can come back 85% of what he was, he's an MVP candidate. Let's just put it out there.
I think the Steelers have to have a winning record for him to be an MVP candidate.
And that's why he matters more than anybody else. But 85% of Aaron Rodgers, he will get them 9 to 12 wins.
And the offensive line is good. Broderick Jones is the left tackle. Sumalo's the left guard. I think Broderick Jones is better than DeJuan Jones. They've got Sumalo at left guard, Zach Frazier at center, Mason McCormick at right guard, Fautanu at right tackle. So they've got a really strong offensive line. The depth on the offensive line is not great. Andres Pete, the backup left tackle, Spencer Anderson, backup left guard, Max Sharping, backup right guard. The depth is not great, but the starters are good as long as the starters stay healthy. Steelers have Pat Freiermuth, Jonnu Smith. Darnell Washington's been demoted to third-string tight end due to Jonnu Smith, and Connor Hayward's now the fourth-string tight end. But he did make the final roster. So, and Kenneth Gainwell's the third-string running back. Caleb Johnson's the backup. So that's the Steelers' offense in a nutshell.
But it's all about Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers is 85% what he is, the Steelers win 10 games.
I think it's about the supporting cast because I think this is the best offensive line Aaron Rodgers has had since he's with the Packers. And I like the weapons. I like Metcalf. I'm not really excited about any other weapons, but they've got Freiermuth. They've got Darnell Washington, Jonnu Smith. And then the defense, Cam Hayward's the 34 right end. Benton's the nose tackle. Derek Harmon's the 34 left end. Watt and Highsmith are the edge rushers. Peyton Wilson and Patrick Queen are the inside linebackers. Cole Holcomb and Malik Harrison are the backup inside linebackers. Nick Herbig and Jack Sawyer are the backup edge rushers. So they have depth at inside linebacker, depth at edge. Yaya Black's been fantastic in relief of Cam Hayward in the preseason. So he's the backup 34 left end. So you have a little bit of depth behind Hayward. And you got really good starters and backups at linebacker for the Steelers. Slay, Ramsey, and Porter Jr. are the corners. Juan Thornhill and Deshaun Elliott are the safeties. And Chuck Clark, the former Jet, and Miles Killebrew are the backup safeties. So the cornerback depth isn't there, but the safety depth is. The inside and outside linebacker depth is there. Steelers do have the top-rated defense on Madden this year. I don't agree that they're the top defense in the league, but I would argue they're a top 10, top 5 defense. But it's a top defense in the entire AFC. I don't know if I would go that far, but that's apparently what Madden thinks, is that the Steelers have the top defense in the league.
Do not fall into the same trap that the Jets ran into.
I said I don't think the Steelers have the top defense in the league, but it's a top 10, top 5 defense. Okay, Joey? I'm just pointing out the shortcomings of EA Sports. I'm just pointing out the shortcomings of EA Sports in that respect. I'm not going to fall in the same trap. And to be fair, the Ravens are another team that puts stock into Madden ratings. The Ravens put stock into Madden ratings too when they're doing player evaluations and scouting opponents. They put stock into Madden ratings, and the Ravens are good. That's why they don't get roasted for putting stock into Madden ratings. The Jets are not. That's why you roast the Jets for putting stock, mainly Woody Johnson, for putting stock into Madden ratings. The Ravens are actually good at what they do, which is why you don't roast them.
The Ravens, if the team is actually good, it has talent, nobody gives a shit how it happens. But if you suck and you're a laughing stock, like, say, the New York Jets, who make the Cleveland Browns, who in 30 years have been the laughing stock, if they make them look like a laughing stock, like the Jets do, well, then you might be looking at a problem. Okay. But the Ravens, they're a good team. The Jets, they make the Browns look like a stable organization. Keep away from all that things. Put your grandkids in a cage. Do whatever you can to keep them away from whatever the fuck you're doing because you fail at it.
Yeah, Boswell's still the kicker, but they did cut their starting punter from last year. Steelers have an undrafted player from the 2024 draft as their starting punter. And yeah, we did the entire Steelers preview without looking at the depth chart, looking at the Browns schedule. I was looking at the depth chart. I just wasn't screen sharing it. But yeah, on to the Steelers week by week schedule, and then we'll get to the Bengals and Ravens. I'll let Joey choose which team I preview first, because I've got the Bengals winning the Super Bowl, but I've got the Ravens finishing with the better regular season record. But yeah, let's go to the Steelers. I have the Steelers beating the Jets. They beat Seattle and Acrisure. They're 2-0 entering week 3 against my Patriots. But their first loss does come to my Patriots. And they have to win that. Steelers have to win that game if they want to make the playoffs. They have to beat the Patriots if they want to make the playoffs. The Vikings, Steelers, I have them beating the Vikings in Ireland because Ireland is closer to Pittsburgh than it is to Minnesota. So the Steelers are 3-1. They enter the bye week. Andrew, who came on this podcast, is going to the Steelers-Browns game in week 6. He talked to me about getting tickets for that game. Steelers-Browns in Pittsburgh, week 6. I do have the Steelers winning against the Browns. So,
get your ticket, have your fun, because Steelers and Browns always a good game, no matter which team you're rooting for. I mean, you're gonna have a great time. So
yeah.
You get tickets, you have your awesome time.
So that's 4-1 for the Steelers. And then they play the Bengals on Thursday night. So they lose the Bengals. They're 4-2. They beat the Packers and Colts at home. They are 6-2. And then the losing starts. After a 6-2 start, they lose to the Chargers. They lose to the Bengals at home. They lose to the Bears and Caleb Williams. They lose to Josh Allen. They lose to Lamar Jackson. So they go from 6-2 to 6-7, and then they beat the Dolphins to get to 7-7. They started 11-0, and they've lost the Browns in the wild card.
This is just like revisionist history right here.
It is. But they beat the Dolphin. So they go from 6-2 to 6-3, 6-4, 6-5, 6-6, 6-7. Then they beat the Dolphins. They're 7-7 with 3 games left. They play the Lions in Detroit. They play the Browns in Cleveland in week 17, and they play the Ravens in Pittsburgh in week 18. And basically, I have the Steelers losing to the Lions. So if the Steelers lose to the Lions, they're 7-8. And they pretty much have to win both AFC North games against the Browns in Cleveland and the Ravens in Pittsburgh. I think they can beat the Browns in Cleveland. I don't think they can beat the Ravens in Pittsburgh.
Because I think it'll be a close game with Cleveland. But, you're going next week is like the Ravens. Really? Do you think your playoff hopes are going to hinge on beating the Ravens?
Well, they got the Chargers in L.A. If they beat, I think the Chargers in L.A. and the Bears in Chicago are the 2 games in that 5-game losing streak they have the best chance of winning. I don't see them beating the Bengals in Hines. I don't see them beating the Bills in Acrisure either. And I don't see them beating the Ravens in Baltimore. So if they lose all 5 of those games, you're going to have to beat both the Browns in Cleveland and the Ravens in Pittsburgh to go 9-8.
And I would say that the Steelers would have a very good chance to beat the Browns if they was in Pittsburgh. They're going to Cleveland. And that is, late in the season in Cleveland. The Browns may suck early in the season in Cleveland. They are pretty darn good late in the season in Cleveland. So, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, those last 3 games are going to be a challenge. You're 7-7, and your final 3 games are at Detroit, at Cleveland versus the Ravens in week 18. You could easily end up 7-10, losing all 3 of those games.
Yeah, and the 7 and
if you win 2 of those games, you go 9-8, but you miss the playoffs. You pretty much have to win all 3 of those games to guarantee yourself a spot in the playoffs if you're the Steelers.
Even if you win the 2 games and you beat Cleveland, and then you go to Baltimore.
You beat Cleveland and you beat the Ravens in front of your home crowd. Even if that happens, you're probably 9-8. You miss the playoffs.
Yeah, and you're running into Lamar Jackson anyway in your last game.
Yeah, and I've got the Ravens at 15-2 and the Chiefs at 14-3. So if the Ravens want to beat the Chiefs as the 2 seed and have home field over the Chiefs, then the Ravens pretty much have to show no mercy to Pittsburgh and win that game in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and it's the number 1 seed on the line.
2 seed on the line. I've got the Bills as the 1 seed at 17-0. So whoever wins that game is basically your 2 seed, basically.
You think the Ravens are gonna say, well, Doug Willikers are an AFC North team, so I'm gonna have to.
And they're not gonna play nice with Pittsburgh. No.
That's what they're going to go for.
Yeah, and Baltimore's gotten better. They've gotten a lot better since they beat the pants off of Pittsburgh in week 17, week 18 last year. Like the Ravens just realized their potential in that blowout win versus Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh feels like they kind of peaked late in the year last season. But yeah, I mean, that's Steelers' schedule. Question is, do we want to preview the Bengals or the Ravens next? I've got the Bengals winning the Super Bowl, but I've got the Ravens winning the division. So we'll preview the Ravens next. Yeah, we'll go with the Ravens next because I've got the Ravens in losing the AFC title game to the Bengals, but I've got the Ravens winning the division. So it is kind of weird how we're doing this because it's a slightly out of order, but it's not intended to be that way. We've got 2 teams left. Got 2 hours before Under the Bleachers. So I'm gonna try to keep 6:51. Under the Bleachers is at 9, but I'm gonna try to get to I'm gonna try to get through this as quickly as possible.
Good luck.
We're not gonna do 1 hour each for the Ravens and Bengals. I'm gonna try to keep this to the point. Lamar Jackson's back at quarterback. Derrick Henry's the running back. Justice Hill, Keaton Mitchell, Rasheed Raleigh. All 4 running backs look spectacular in the preseason. I think the Ravens could start any of those 4 running backs. They'd have success. Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kolar. I love all 3 of those tight ends. Bateman and Zay Flowers are your number 1 and 2 receivers. DeAndre Hopkins is your slot. And you've got Devontae Walker back. Teelan Wallace back, and LeJonte Wester, the Colorado receiver, made the Ravens' final roster. So I think the Ravens are 6 deep at receiver, they're 4 deep at running back, they're 3 deep at tight end. They have a ton of playmakers. It doesn't matter what playmakers are active, inactive. I just love the roles these playmakers are in. Ronnie Stanley's the left tackle. Voorhees and Ben Cleveland. Voorhees is your left guard. Linderbaum's your center. Falele's your right guard. Ben Cleveland's your swing guard. And you have Roger Rosengarten as your right tackle. Your swing tackle is Joseph Noteboom from the Rams. Noteboom's your swing tackle to Stanley and Rosengarten. So they have a swing guard, a swing tackle, and just Ricard at fullback. So offensively, the Ravens are stacked, and they have so much depth at receiver, tight end, and running back. It's not even funny. They have the type of depth that the Chiefs usually have each year at those 3 positions, Joey.
I'm not looking at the other this year, fan. I am looking at all this mine. I'm looking at yes and then I'm like, yeah. If Lamar Jackson doesn't have the best protection he's ever had in his career, right now, he will never have it. Because this offensive line is game.
5,000 yards is on the table for Lamar Jackson this year, total yards. I'm not saying he'll throw for 5,000 passing yards, but passing and rushing yards combined, 5,000's on the table. And usually 5,000 would not be on the table for Lamar Jackson, but because of what he has with the offensive line this year, because he's got a good swing tackle and Noteboom, a good swing guard in Cleveland, 5K for total yards is on the table for Lamar Jackson, passing and rushing combined.
Normally, I would say you're full of it, but at this point, with that offensive line, it's like I'm looking at him saying, is this not the best offensive line in football right now?
Yeah. I think Walter's Super Bowl prediction, Walter Football, he had the Ravens beating the Eagles in the Super Bowl, and he cited the Ravens' offensive line as the reason for picking the Ravens over the Eagles.
I'm thinking about this is my stomach thinking to myself on the wall. So I actually think similarly. You know, myself and Walter haven't seen eye to eye personally or professionally in years. So to think that I might think similar to him at this point, I might have to, you know, at the very least ease. Because getting sick might be bad for radio.
Yeah. He's got the Jags beating the Steelers in the wild card game, too. He's got the Jags beating the Steelers. You'd love to see that for a wild card game. You'd probably go to the wild card game if that was the matchup, Jags versus Steelers. You'd go if it was Jags Browns, but if it was Jags Steelers, that's the one team you is liked more than any other team in the league.
I would go there because I don't think it'll happen.
Well, if that happened,
And credit, but at the same time, if it did happen, well, I might just have to make an exception.
yeah. And the Ravens are just stacked offensively, William. What do you think about the Ravens' offense before I get to the defense?
You know, I mean, you come out here and you got Mark Andrews. He's in pretty much a contract year. They can get out of his contract after this year. You know, they've got Isaiah Likely coming up behind him. I love Isaiah Likely, Charlie Kohler. They're both good. You know, Kohler out of Iowa State. He was Brock Purdy's tight end. But yeah, no, this is a stacked offense, just like you guys have been saying, and I expect them to go as far as Lamar Jackson will take them, and what he can do with the skill positions being what they are. The defense for the Ravens is the defense that the Ravens have always had. You know?
Yeah, the defense, Justin Matabike, Travis Jones, Broderick Washington, that's the defensive line. That's a very good defensive line. Owa, Van Noy are back. Roquan and Simpson are back. So they've got all their linebackers from last year back. Mike Green's the situational edge rusher from Marshall. Nate Wiggins, Jair Alexander, and Marlon Humphrey are the top three corners. Kyle Hamilton got a contract extension today. 4 years, $25.2 million per year over the next 4 years. That's what Kyle Hamilton's making. He is officially the highest paid safety in NFL history, $25.2 million a year.
Man, you can buy a lot of Hot Pockets with that, bro. I loved him coming out of
and Malachi Starks is going to be
though.
starting next to Hamilton. So that safety tandem, Hamilton and Starks, secondary looks stacked. The front seven looks stacked. And yeah, they have Tyler Loop, 6th-round pick, replacing Justin Tucker at kicker, but that's the only turnover the Ravens have is at kicker. So if the Ravens do fall short in a game, it's going to be probably due to the rookie kicker, Tyler Loop.
Yep, I can see that. I would definitely agree with that. You know, I mean, that just depends on how clutch he is. And this team just has that excellence, you know, that they've always had.
Yep, the Ravens, they lose the Bills in week 1. They beat the Browns and Lions. They lose the Chiefs. They're 2-2 after the first 4 weeks. But they go on a 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-game winning streak to end the regular season. So I have the Ravens at 15-2, but they go on a 13-game winning streak to end the year. And before we get to the Bengals, I'll pull up the playoffs.
And that's thing. I think the Browns are going to be tough early, but I think they're going to fade late. So I think the Ravens are going to beat the Browns. I'm with you guys, but I think it'll be a little bit more of a challenge because I think the Browns are going to come on strong early, and then they're going to fade late.
And the Ravens, they take their 13-game winning streak, they make it a 14-game winning streak, the wild card win over the Chargers. And then they beat the Texans to make that a 15-game streak as the Bengals beat the 17-0 Buffalo Bills, ending the Bills' perfect season. And that sets up for a penultimate Ravens-Bengals AFC Championship where the Ravens swept the Bengals in the regular season. And I'll get to the Bengals in a bit, but I'm going to pull up their depth chart first, break things down.
I'm just wondering how you're thinking here. It's like, are you saying the Ravens are going to?
Yeah, I've got the Bills at 17-0, the Ravens at 15-2, and the Chiefs at 14-3. So the Chiefs go 14-3 like the Vikings last year, but they're the 3 seed, while the Ravens and Bills are the top 2 seeds. And the Chiefs have to play the Bengals in the wild card game, a team that's beaten the Chiefs in the past in the playoffs.
So you're saying that the Bills are not even going to get past the.
I've got the Bills going the entire regular season without losing a game, and they're not going to get past the divisional round. They're going to go 17-0, and they're going to lose the first game in the divisional round.
Damn. That's pretty brutal. I mean, these guys are going to have to go to a professional after that shit.
Yeah, and I'm going to pull up the Bengals right now. Final team. Joe Burrow's the QB. Chase Brown's the running back. Samaj P. the backup. Taj Brooks won the 3rd string job, even though he began the depth chart 4th string. Chase and Higgins are the 1 and 2 receivers. Io Civis is the number 3 receiver again. Jermaine Burton's your number 4. Charlie Jones is your number 5. Orlando Brown is the left tackle. Cody Ford did not hold on to the left guard job. Neither did Dylan Fairchild won the starting left guard job for the Bengals as a rookie. 3rd round pick won the left guard job. So, because remember, they had the guy from North Dakota State on the Bengals. I forget his name, but is he injured? Let me see if he's injured. Let me see if the Bengals left guard is injured. That's great that Fairchild won the job, but did he win the job outright, or is he only starting because Corson Volson's injured? That's what I'm trying to figure out now, Joey, because
does it matter? I mean,
I kind of, to a degree, it.
Well, won the backup.
Cordell Volson's on IR. Okay, Volson's on IR. Volson's on IR, so that's why Fairchild's going to start the first 4 games.
Because, I asked that because, Tom Brady got the Patriots job because Drew Bledsoe was injured.
But Fairchild was a guy we both liked coming out of Georgia, so he's going to be the left guard. And I think Cordell Volson will be the right guard when he comes back, because right now the right guard for the Bengals is Lucas Patrick, the Saints left guard from last year, and Cody Ford's the backup to Patrick. So I think Cordell Volson will move to right guard, and I think Fairchild will end up playing at left guard the entire season. That's my prediction.
It's like you can tell by my tone of voice, I'm not excited about it. It's just I am of the belief that does it matter? Because you know what matters? He got the fucking job.
He did. It's a great story. It's a great story. And right now the Bengals have 2 tight ends. They have Mike Gesicki and they have Noah Fant. Drew Sample's listed ahead of Noah Fant on the depth chart, so that means Gesicki, Sample, and Fant. Tanner Hudson, last year's 3rd string tight end, is the 4th string guy. So the Bengals are going to be very deep at tight end. In addition to having depth at receiver and running back, they're going to be very deep at tight end as well.
And that's great for the Bengals. I just don't get to this thing as people say, you can't lose your job to injury. You can't lose your job to injury. Damn straight you can.
And Fairchild's a guy I like, so that's why I'm saying Volson's probably going to move over to right guard when he comes back. Because I think Fairchild's going to be so good that they move Volson over to right guard when he comes back. Just that.
Fairchild just whipped your ass, and as Thomas Paul says, you can't make call from the tail.
Our lads, you're an asshole to the Bengals, And the reason I'm saying you're an asshole to the Bengals is because I see a State Farm ad on the Bengals depth chart. I mean, do the Bengals need any more torturing from the Chiefs that we're going to add State Farm ads on top of the layers and layers of torturing the Bengals have suffered to against the Chiefs in recent years that we're going to add? Let's not add State Farm ads. We're not calling our ads assholes. We're calling the advertising company that decided to put a State Farm ad on the Bengals depth chart assholes. We're not disrespecting the website. We're disrespecting the ad. And there's a distinction. I just wanted to point that out. But let's get the Bengals defense.
I have State Farm insurance, so I can't say anything.
I'm not going to say anything bad about State Farm. It's just the Bengals, they've lost the Chiefs in recent years, and State Farm, they promote the Chiefs. That's the team they do a lot of the commercials with. So that.
So you're saying that they are
So
for the Chiefs. Okay, I can get.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to our lads or State Farm, and if it comes off that way, I apologize. But
you're just talking about how biased they are towards the Chiefs.
Yes, thank you. So putting yeah. But getting to the defense here, Trey Hendrickson's the starting right end. He agreed to a 1-year, $14 million extension. He will not be a UFA until 2027. Osai is the left end. Miles Murphy and Shamar Stewart are the backup defensive ends. Cam Sample, third string defensive end. BJ Hill and TJ Slayton are the starting defensive tackles. Chris Jenkins Jr., Jackson McKinley are the backups. And Howard Cross, the third, the Notre Dame defensive tackle that me, you, and William liked. He made the Bengals' final roster as an undrafted free agent. Third string, but he made the Bengals' final roster.
Very good. Highly talented.
And Al Golden, the former Notre Dame defensive coordinator, put in a word for him and said, we need to add this guy to our defense. They bring him in as an undrafted free agent, listen to Al Golden, and he makes the final roster. So great story there.
Well, Golden was always a good coach. I thought he was always under the radar, I guess you could say. So, and I think I told you when he was hired by the Bengals last year. So, I liked him.
And the Bengals offensive line coach was the assistant offensive line coach under the Browns when Bill Callahan was there. So that's why I think we're going to see such rapid improvement because
I do too because, you know, we've heard a lot about rapid improvement of the Bengals offensive line. We've heard about rapid improvement of the Browns offensive line. And that is the common denominator. Everybody comes to the Bill Callahan tree. That is the common denominator. So.
And I think the Bengals have a lot of depth on the defensive line, William. I mean, they've got 5 bodies at defensive tackle, 5 bodies at defensive end. That can really be difference makers. Linebacker, they've got Demetrius Knight Jr. and as the right outside linebacker, Oren Burks is the backup, Shaka Hayward's the third stringer, and then they've got Logan Wilson as the middle linebacker, and Barrett Carter, the rookie out of Clemson, is the backup middle linebacker to Logan Wilson. So I like their linebackers too. DJ Turner's the number 1 corner. Cam Taylor-Britt's the number 2 corner. And then they've got Dax Hill as the nickel. Josh Newton's the dime corner. DJ Ivy's the quarter corner. And then Stone is the free safety. Jordan Battle's the strong safety. And then Tyson Anderson, 22 fifth-round pick, is the backup safety for depth. Evan McPherson's the kicker. But overall, Bengals depth chart is better than it appears, and I think Al Golden and the interior offensive line coach are going to do wonders for this Bengals team. Joey, William, your final thoughts on the Bengals before I pull up the schedule and break everything down?
Well, I have a question. We talk about all the coaches that cut across. Bill Callahan. I gotta ask you guys. At the end of the day, they'll buy intention tweet. What are you guys gonna think about it when it's all said and done?
It'll be interesting because Bill Callahan's assistant with the Browns, the Bengals' new offensive line coach, and I think he's and Callahan's assistant with the Browns specialized with the interior offensive line, which is the Bengals' weakness. They have Mims and Orlando Brown Jr. at left and right tackle, so you get an offensive line coach that specializes in the interior. It only gives Burrow more time to throw the ball. So I think Burrow had like 4,500 or 4,900 yards last year. Burrow might get 5K with this 5K passing with this offense. But yeah, I'm going to pull up the Bengals. William, if you got anything you want to say about the Bengals, let me know, or I'll pull up the schedule and break this down game by game. So, Bengals, they beat the Browns in week 1. They beat the Jaguars in week 2 in Cincy. They beat the Vikings and Broncos in weeks 3 and 4, and they're 4-0 to start the year. They lose the Lions. They lose the Packers. They're 4-2, but they bounce back. They go on a 5-game winning streak. After being 4-2, they beat the Steelers. They beat the Jets. They beat the Bears. So they go from being 4-2 to 7-2 entering their bye. They beat the Steelers. They beat the Patriots. They're 9-2. And then the losing streak starts. The Bengals have a 5-game losing streak, but it's not at the beginning of the year where Joey expects it. It's at the end of the year. They lose the Ravens in Thanksgiving in Baltimore. They lose the Bills on Sunday night the following week. They lose the Ravens in front of their home crowd in week 15. They lose the Dolphins in an upset. And they lose to Kyler Murray in week 17. So they're 9-7 after being 9-2, and then they beat the Browns in week 18 to get to 10-7, and then the Bengals pull off the greatest, or maybe the greatest Super Bowl run in history.
You're saying that Bengals are this year that they do every other year.
Yeah, it's going to be opposite world for the Bengals this year. They're going to start hot. They're going to screw up at the end of the year, and then they're going to beat the Browns in week 18 and barely squeak in.
That was a hot take because normally I wouldn't say that, but right now it's like.
And they're going to pull off the greatest run.
History says your take sucks.
Yep.
So that means you got a hell of a hot take right there.
And then they're going to pull off the greatest Super Bowl run as a wild card. Their Super Bowl run is going to dwarf what Cowher did in 2006. And when I say that, they're going to beat the 14-3 Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes in the wild card. They're going to beat the 17-0 Buffalo Bills in the divisional round. And then they're going to beat the 15-2 Ravens that swept them in the regular season in the AFC title game. And then they're going to beat the 13-4 Detroit Lions, the 1 seed in the NFC, to cap it all off. And boom, that run is twice as good as the Steelers' run in 06. Because really the toughest team the Steelers played in 06 was the Colts. They didn't have to play Brady because the Broncos took care of Brady. And they beat the Bengals mainly due to Kimo von Oelhoffen injuring Carson Palmer on the first play of that game. And then really the Seahawks were not going to beat either the Colts or the Steelers that year. Yeah, the Seahawks were the best team in the NFC, but the NFC was kind of weak that year. I mean, the Panthers got to the NFC title in 05-06, William, if you remember, but that was a very weak year for the NFC, and I think we're in agreement that Peyton Manning's Colts or Big Ben's Steelers would have beaten either the Seahawks. Either of those teams would have beaten the Seahawks in the Super Bowl that year. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Definitely, I agree. I remember that year. That was actually the last time.
Broncos, maybe they would have beaten Pittsburgh, but we're not going to get into that today. But yeah, if the Bengals do what I think they're going to do and they beat the Chiefs, the Bills at 17-0, and then the Ravens in the AFC title, and then the Lions to win the whole thing as a wild card. That is the single greatest Super Bowl run by a wild card team in NFL history. I don't think you can debate that. Because Aaron Rodgers, he had to play the Eagles, who had Vic and Kevin Kolb. I think Kolb was playing for an injured Vic. He had to go through Atlanta, which was the toughest NFC opponent. But at that point, Atlanta hadn't won a playoff game under Matt Ryan. They hadn't gone to the NFC title game yet. Atlanta hadn't gone to the NFC title game under Matt Ryan. They played the Bears with Caleb Haney, and then they ended up with the Steelers in the Super Bowl. And the Steelers were a good team on paper, but I thought the Packers had a more complete depth chart. And that's why I picked the Packers to win that year. But Packers, the Bengals beating the Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, and Lions this year as a wild card, I think that's more impressive than what the Steelers did winning the Super Bowl as a wild card, and I think that's more impressive than what the Packers did as a 6 seed. Because those are the only 2 6 seeds to win the Super Bowl. So if the Bengals go on the run I think they're capable of going on, Joey, I would argue that's more impressive than what the Steelers or the Packers did as a 6 seed when they won the Super Bowl. But if you disagree, go ahead and fire away your final hot takes before we wrap this up. William,
I'm waiting on Joey.
William, Joey?
My friend, you have performed a hell of a show when it comes to the Bengals. I cannot disagree about the overall result. But if, and I know I'm sounding like Southern preacher right now, if the Bengals good the way you say they've done there, that may be one of the biggest stars and maybe one of the best takes you've ever had on this podcast. Because you're going to get to let your wisdom get to your point of reference. So, my man, I give you a little bit of heads up.
Thanks for the heads up and the vote of confidence. I appreciate it. I know when we did the simulator back in May, you had the Bengals beating the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl, but you did not have all the drama and fractionation that I had when it came to the Bengals' entire regular season and their playoffs.
Go big or go home, man.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Absolutely, William.
I love it. Absolutely love it, man. And, you know, the Bengals are a team that are built to do this. They can do this. They've got the talent. They've got everything. They've got all that going for them, man.
Yep. And we're almost done here. The next episode of Draft Utopia will be next Saturday on September 6th. It'll be either 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., depending on what time Joey wants to call in. And we'll begin previewing the NHL season previews. And once we get to September 20th, that's when we start previewing positions for the draft, because that's probably the part of next month William and Joey are the most excited to, is to jump into those draft positional rankings. But yeah, we're going to have every Saturday in September, we'll preview one NHL division. And once we get to September 20th, I might just do the final 2 divisions at like 9 or 10 a.m. I could do them at 11, but it's like putting together 2 different thumbnails is kind of a pain in the ass. And yeah, when we get to those final 2 Saturdays, William, if you want to just show up when we get to the QB or draft position rankings and sleep in, do extra stuff around the house, that's fine. Just shoot me a text in advance. And that'll do it for tonight's episode of Draft Utopia. And
come see us on Under the Bleachers.
Yeah, Under the Bleachers 1-year anniversary. I think TalkShoe disconnected me. I'm making sure they didn't. I'm making sure TalkShoe didn't disconnect me before I sign off, but I think TalkShoe disconnected me. But oh well. I mean, they were on the air for like 3 hours, so 3 hours 42 minutes. So I'm not giving much. That's what happened, but I just want to double check what happened before. Oh nope, we're on the air. Okay. So I just had to reload on TalkShoe. So yeah, I'm going to sign off on TalkShoe, and I'm going to sign off on Restream. And the Under the Bleachers 1 year anniversary is at 9 p.m. Eastern in exactly 100 minutes now. So long.
Later, guys.
Good show, Joey.